why this coin is so special. The reverse is going away. But you know what is staying? This exclusive label. Because Rare Collectibles TV owns this label that we call the Reagan Mercanti label. It's exclusive to our network. And it really means a lot. Ronald Reagan was the father of the American Silver Eagle because he signed the bill into law, authorized the U.S. Treasury to start striking these coins. And that was in 1985. It was known as the Liberty Coin Act. It had two parts to it. The first part was not the American Silver Eagle. It was the 1986 Statue of Liberty Centennial Celebration. A silver dollar, incidentally, Mr. Mercanti was responsible for that silver dollar as well. A silver dollar was issued. And what they call a rider to the bill, an addendum, if you will, was also signed into law. And that second part of the law authorized the American Eagle program. Now, it's been going strong since 1986. The obverse is featured Adolph A. Wyman's masterpiece of the Walking Liberty half dollar, and the reverse, a tribute to the original heraldic eagle design, turn of the 19th century design on silver dollars. Well, that is all going away, and a new reverse will hit the scene in 2021. Well, you can imagine, in this year of the mint being closed, how pent up the demand for this coin is. Have you guys been watching our show? We have featured a silver eagle that is known as the emergency release. And what that simply means is that the U.S. Mint, because they were striking no coins, went back to their archives, to their stockpile, and they released some coins from 2017 that they were holding. Those coins have been highly sought after just because there was nothing available in 2020 from the U.S. Mint. Finally, a small trickle of the current dated silver dollar. And lo and behold, it's the last one ever. This small trickle is coming to Rare Collectibles TV in this form. Let's take one more look. $229 for a perfect Proof 70 Ultra Cameo. San Francisco strut. Very limited maximum mintage of 200,000. When you look at the 1994, that mintage was 372,000. And a 1994 in a perfect Proof 70 grade with an autograph by John Mercanti is nearly $4,000. That mintage is substantially higher than the cap on the mintage of the 2020S. Have you guys ever heard of the term registry set or a registry coin? To put it simply, really what it is an opportunity for us collectors to brag about how fine our collection is. To put together a set that then gets rated by NGC. And they assign a point, in a point system, they assign points to every single issue in that collection that you submit as a registry. And the ultimate goal is to be the #1 holder of the registry set for, let's say, the Morgan dollar, or the Walking Liberty half dollar, or the Peace dollar, or the Lincoln cent, or the American Silver Eagle dollar. Now, NGC has recognized by recording our populations of our exclusive label, this Reagan Mercanti label, they are now recording the populations separately from all the other Mercanti autograph labels. Ours will be the only label that has those individual designations. This is information that will allow you to put together the finest registry sets attainable. This exclusive label with a Proof 70 grade is all Rare Collectibles TV. And one of the reasons why we love this label is the connection. The connection between Ronald Reagan and John Mercanti was a really amazing one. John Mercanti first came to work at the United States Mint in 1974. His tenure at the U.S. Mint lasted all the way to 2010. He finally became just the 12th chief engraver. And that's how he retired. But his career featured things like this. You see that Ronald Reagan that was created by John Mercanti when he was at the U.S. Mint. He sculpted that. Reagan became president when Mercanti was at the U.S. Mint. Mercanti was at the Rose Garden during the signing of the Liberty Coin Act that authorized these coins. His connection to Ronald Reagan, timeless. So Reagan appears on our label because that bust that you saw that was sculpted by Mercanti became that label. That artwork was based on that sculpture he did. And he signed it, each one of those. So the connection that John Mercanti had to Ronald Reagan and to the United States Mint and to this silver dollar, timeless. But his reverse is being retired. So 2020 is the last year. And specifically, this coin from San Francisco, the last silver eagle the U.S. Mint will issue in proof that bears the original heraldic eagle design of John Mercanti, the 2020S. Now, everybody who buys a coin right now at $229 is guaranteed the following: an absolute perfect example graded by NGC with our exclusive label. Guarantee, absolutely, of this coin being the last proof silver dollar of its kind. There will never be another one. A perfect Proof 70 grade. Now, I got to tell you, first day of issue is really important here. Imagine being able to own a first day of issue of the last silver dollar of its kind in the highest grade attainable, $229. If you can see your way to do it, purchase as many of these coins as you can. Because from first day of issue, which lasts really just, it's fleeting. Just like the name describes, first day of issue. So once that's gone, they then go to early release, which is pretty darn good. What you want is the very last one designated as the first ones at the grading service, the first day of issue. That's everything. And we have it all with a great price as well. Ladies and gentlemen, the reason why you watch Rare Collectibles TV is just for this sort of an event. We love rarity, and we love a great price. But when you couple all of that with everything this coin has going for it, our exclusive label, the highest grade, the last one of its kind, a fantastic inside price, you're going to want to own more than one of these. All right, ladies and gentlemen, this is the end of this presentation. Here's the warning. The last one of its kind in the highest grade you can get, first day of issue. That is it right now. Don't miss out. $229. Don't go anywhere. More great coins are coming up. Thanks so much for watching.
Hi, I'm Rick Tamaska, and this is Rick's U.S. Coin Show. Rick's U.S. Coin Show is a brand new show that brings you rare, high quality, and unique coins at the most affordable prices on TV.
My name's Jack McNamara, and I love coins.
We're the Tamaska girls, Kim and Caitlin.
Here at Rare Collectibles TV, we know what kind of coins you want, because we're collectors ourselves.
I've been collecting coins for over 40 years.
I love finding coins all across the country and bringing them to you.
Whether you're new to coin collecting or an old pro, we've got the coins you're looking for.
After my first book, dealers began calling me the Cameo King.
Coin rarity and quality are what matter most to me.
Now that's eye appeal.
I do love Franklin's and Kennedy's.
Rare unique coins.
At the most affordable prices.
Coins are in my blood.
Now that's a beauty.
My goal is to bring you the ultimate in superb rare coins. Do you want the best?
Collectibles TV, I'm James Gerstel. We are about to feature a coin that is over 2,000 years old. And you can own this example of an amazing piece of history. And I want to let the cat out of the bag right now because this is the Greek god Poseidon. Now, we all know Poseidon as the god of the sea, but Poseidon was also known as the provoker of earthquakes, and something that history has nearly forgotten, the creator of the horse. And for all of these reasons, throughout the millennia, Poseidon has never been forgotten. Now, I was just looking around doing some research, and one of the most important things I noticed was this statement. Poseidon's name is very old. Now, that sounds like I made that up, but it isn't. And it's so right to the point. This is a character out of legendary mythology who was the brother of the sky god, the great god Zeus, and also the brother of the god of the underworld, Hades. So Poseidon had a unique position amongst the gods. And of course, at the time in ancient Greece, the sea was very important. And the Greeks expanded their empire vis-a-vis the sea. Now, we have an unbelievable opportunity here for an ancient coin. And in us, real die-hard coin collectors, we love that bridge, that path, that historic route of seeing how we got to where we are today with American coins by the way that ancient coins were designed. Now, we talk a real lot on our show about the great renaissance of American coinage, which dates back to the very early part of the 20th century when Teddy Roosevelt was president. But the thing that drove the whole thing about the Renaissance was Teddy Roosevelt's great love of history and the ancient arts and ancient coinage and the ancient designs. In fact, he was heard to remark that he wanted our coinage to look much more like those classic ancient designs. Now, here is a sculpture, a statue of Poseidon. And of course, this is an image of what Poseidon was thought to have looked like. And being the god of the sea, he, of course, has his trident. And throughout all of history, Poseidon's legend has only grown. And I want to tell you why. Because when you're the god of the sea, when you have a reputation as being a little testy, when you are the Greek god who stood up to every other god, to Zeus, and when you are still remaining constant thousands of years later, there's a great artifact to put in your coin collection. This isn't some obscure ancient coin of which the history is dubious or unknown. No, this is the great god Poseidon. This is on the reverse, his trident, accompanied with the dolphins. Now, I want you guys to know something right off the bat. This is an attributed, encapsulated artifact of history, done so by NGC. And I want you to take a look at the labeling because it is fully attributed as to its place in history, as to its design, and that's so important. Well, there it is right there. Sicily, Syracuse, Heron II, the ruler of the time, the period from which it derived, 275 BC to 215, before Christ, over 2,000 years old. And the description of Poseidon on the Avars, the trident and the dolphins. And then I want you to look at the grade. Now, not only is this coin in fine condition, which means that over the centuries, this coin's design has remained intact. Its strike has remained. It is not just fine, but choice fine. Now, to accomplish all of this, ladies and gentlemen, is not inexpensive. Because when an ancient coin is sent to the grading service, there's lots of research that has to be done. There's all kinds of history behind these coins, and volumes of information to derive from, to come up with that designation, to come up with that grade. So you're getting countless years of experience and history that go in to this coin, the coin design, and the grading of this coin. Now, here's what I mean. Here's an example of a Poseidon coin, uncertified. It's $300, and you're seeing the Avars, you're seeing the portrait of Poseidon, $300. I'm here to tell you right now, I can offer you one of these coins, or however many you're interested in owning, and I have to tell you, $99, folks. $99 for an artifact of history. That just always blows me away when I can show you what the world is all about in something so significant to withstand the test of time. And imagine, in our world today, only 3 to 5% of all the ancients from every civilization, every country, and every denomination from all over the world exist today, only 3 to 5%. To own a coin like this that is a piece of history, but is available to hardly anybody, available in such small quantities. Just hardly any coins exist today. There is a coin that was recovered after millennia of being hidden away, $99. And every one of them, look at the design, look at the grade, look at the attribution, look at the history. We do things a little differently here at Rare Collectibles. We didn't just get a pile of maybe ancient coins, we didn't grade them. No, what we decided we were going to do was every coin would be attributed. And as you can see on the label of this coin, this comes from the Poseidon Collection. This is the only way you can get this, is individuals who have devoted a lifetime to the pursuit of ancient coins, to even accumulate a few of these coins, but to be able to get a hoard of these, a collection. And you can bet there is no way this could be done, like I said, without an individual or certain individuals devoting the bulk of their collecting lives to acquiring. That's how these coins are come across. Now, I want you to take a look. We're at $99 for a choice fine grade. I want to show you what the world's all about, because anytime you come across an artifact that's 2,000 or 2,200 years old, this is what you're going to be up against. And this is a great price right here. I showed you one for $300. Here's one for $183. Yes, it's an ancient coin. It's well over 2,000 years old. Now, I want you to take a look at that, and then I want you to take a look at the coins that we have. It's the same type of coin, but it's been attributed, it's been encapsulated, it's been graded choice fine, and we can price this coin even after having to spend, it could cost you easily $50 to get one of these coins graded. We're at $99. This is the time. This is when opportunity comes around and says to you, this is coin collecting. This is a way to go back to one of the very beginning coins and see what coin design was about, see what history was about, see how the legend of Poseidon was meant to endure by placing his portrait and his trident on a coin forevermore. The intent of the striking of this coin was to honor the legend and to keep it going. And so we stand here now in 2020 offering a coin over 2,000 years old that still exists today. And that's what we coin collectors love. An opportunity to bridge that gap between American numismatics and the ancient world and how we borrowed in our coin designs from that ancient world and how we got here today. $99 for a true piece of history. Now, the Greek god of the sea, the provoker of earthquakes, and the creator of the horse, brother of Zeus, the sky god, brother of the god of the underworld, Hades. I want to read you something that I printed. Poseidon is the violent and ill-tempered god of the sea, one of the 12 Olympians. He was also feared as the provoker of earthquakes and worshipped as the creator of the horse. He was a hot-blooded deity. And Poseidon had many disputes with both men and gods. Poseidon is remembered for the amazing, powerful figure that he was throughout all of history. And for those of you who keep up with popular culture, it seems that today in our world, we have a reverence for these ancient, legendary god creatures of the ancient Greek world. But few of us will ever get the opportunity to own not a reproduction, not a poster, not a representation, but the actual coinage struck in that period of time thousands of years ago, commemorating this legendary Greek god, Poseidon. $99. Again, I want to say, attributed, certified, encapsulated, preserved, and graded, all for $99. This is the one and only opportunity that Rare Collectibles is going to have, because there will never be another collection of these Poseidon coins. It's just not possible. I know the origins of this collection. I know the amount of decades that it took to put this together, acquiring one or two coins at a time. Ladies and gentlemen, there are no hordes of Poseidon coins. There is a great Poseidon collection, and here it is. $99 for one of the greatest legendary Greek ancient coins that you can find here at Rare Collectibles TV. Now, the reason why I mention our name so many times is because what we've accomplished here is something worth crowing about. Now, you watch us when we do silver dollars, and nobody beats our quality and beats our price. And that's our mission. But it's also what I live for as a coin collector. I want to get the finest example, the most historic designs, the most original. And then I want to be able to do it at value that makes me, compels me to put one of these away in my collection for myself, to make sure that my kids or anybody else who I hold dear has an opportunity to experience what it feels like to own a piece of history, and ancient history at that. That's the legend and the story of these great Poseidon coins for less than $100, and this is the ultimate. This is Rare Collectibles TV, the best in coins and collectibles. I'm coming to you right now, but I gotta go. I want to thank you so much for watching this presentation on these great ancient coins. I hope you get one. Thank you very much.
I'm a coin collector, just like you. I've been collecting coins for over 50 years. Whether you're new to coin collecting or an old pro, we've got the coins you're looking for. Morgan silver dollars, Buffalo nickels, Liberty and St. Gaudens double eagles, Franklin half dollars, Cameo proof coins, Peace dollars, Lincoln Wheaties, American Silver Eagles, Standing Liberty quarters, and much, much more. You're watching Rick's U.S. Coin Show on Rare Collectibles TV. Welcome to Rick's U.S. Coin Show. Rick Tamaska here. I've got some fantastic proof Washington quarters for you today. Proof coins. Proof coins are meant to represent the state of the art, the finest possible quality the Mint's able to produce given the technology of the day. There's a lot of labor involved with making a proof coin. They polish the dies until they have a mirror-like surface. They individually handle the coin blanks as they feed them into the die. They double strike the blanks to bring out every possible detail of the design as the Mint intended. And then they individually handle the coins so they don't abrade with any other coins. So they're essentially mark-free. Nowadays, when you get a proof set, they come in hard plastic holders. You have to order them specially from the Mint. And they're truly exceptional. This is an older set. This is from the 60s. You get a modern set that was struck the last 30 years, and they truly are flawless, beautiful coins. So I'm interested in those earlier coins struck at what I call the old Philadelphia Mint, when proof coins were made the old-fashioned way. That was 1964 and earlier. After 1964, they transferred proof making to the San Francisco Mint, where they began using new technologies, improving the product. But back in the old days, at the old Philadelphia Mint, they were basically making proof coins the same way they had made them back in the 1800s. And the packaging they used, well, they would ship the coins in these envelopes. We call them flat packs. And you'd get the coins out, and they'd be in these flat envelopes like this. And the problem is these envelopes really weren't airtight, and they were also pliable. The coins would abrade against the cellophane, so they would get small, light hairline scratches. They'd generally be a very, very low grade. I've got some incredible Proof 67s for you today, folks, and I have them at a great price. Take a look at these. This is going to be a quick little presentation. These are Proof 67s. The highest possible grade is Proof 70. None of these dates, except for the 1964, has ever been graded in Proof 70. The highest grade these other dates have ever received is Proof 69. You take a look at one of these. They're absolutely pristine, haze-free, despite being over 50 years old. Also, very importantly, not only were these the last proofs struck at the old Philadelphia Mint, these are the last Washington quarters struck on 90% silver planchets at the old Philadelphia Mint. Because after 1964, they took all the silver out of the quarters and dimes, and they were struck in a clad metal. So these were the last of the original 90% silver-proof quarters. Look at this coin, absolutely pristine. You know, to submit one of these and get it graded yourself, PCGS or NGC is going to charge you $20 or $25 just for the grading. And then they're going to ship it back to you registered mail, which is at least $20. So right there, you're around $45 just for the grading and for the return shipping. It doesn't include your shipping. It doesn't include the cost of the coin. That's why when you see these on eBay, here's a 1964 Proof 67. Very fair price for a Proof 67. Absolutely pristine, as perfect looking to the naked eye as the day it was struck. There's an example for $88, and that's in an ANAX holder. Proof 67. Here's a 1962 in Proof 67. $175. Here's a 1963 in Proof 67. $80. Here's the special I have for you folks today. If you want a 1964 Proof 67, you can own one of these coins today. Not for $99, not for $79, not even for $49, folks. I have these for basically the cost of grading. Really, $29 a coin. And one of these 64s will be yours. Only $29 a coin. The last year, the Washington quarter was struck on a 90% silver planchet in proof condition at the Old Philadelphia Mint, and it's only $29. But it gets even better, because if you want to get a second date, if you want to get the 1963, it also will only be not $79 or $59 or $49, but $29 a coin. $29 a coin. Now, if you want to get a third date, as we go earlier and earlier in this series, they get tougher and tougher to get in Proof 67, folks. But still, I'm holding the line on that price at $29 a coin for the 1962. And finally, if you want a 1961, same price, $29. That means you can own all four coins, folks, for $116. Now, I'm not done yet, because now we're getting to some of the really tough dates, 1960 and earlier at the U.S. Mint. You can see there the 1964, 63, 62, and 61. They issued over 3 million proof sets, which is a very small number compared to the number of coins they struck for commerce. And you could see how many have been graded in Proof 67, and now we get to the 1960, and the mintage drops tremendously. Only 1.7 million sets were issued, folks. A much scarcer coin in high-grade condition. But if you also want to get a 60, I'm adding that on. Take a look at this 1960. You can own all 5 coins, the 1960, 61, 62, 63, and 64, all 5 coins for $145. That means the 60 is also only $29. But it gets even better, because if you want to go into these earlier years, as you can see on the chart here, where the mintages really drop. When you go into the mid-50s, folks, the mid-50s, we were coming out of World War II. We had a lot of young families that were just getting their feet on the ground, just getting established economically. A lot of people who would love to collect coins, but who couldn't afford to collect coins. It wasn't until the late 50s, early 60s, when you really saw this growing middle class, and so you saw a boom in collecting. So you get into the 1959 and earlier, you could see how those mintages drop when people couldn't afford to collect. 1958, they didn't even offer 1 million sets. 1956, only 669,000 sets. But what I'm doing for you today, if you want the entire set from 1956 to 1964, you can own all 9 of those coins for only $249. All 9 of those coins, the 1956 to the 1964, $249. $249 is $27.67 a coin. $27.67 a coin for these rare dates. And finally, I've got one last coin for you. One last coin. You look on the population chart there, they've only issued 378,000 sets in 1955. 378,000 sets. A rare coin. Here's a 1955 Proof 67 on eBay. Here's one for $99. There you can see $99, a dealer with 100% positive feedback. Folks, you can own the entire 10-coin set that includes the 1955 for $275. That's $27.50 a coin. If you want to get a numismatic value where you're getting some beautiful, eye-appealing, really scarce, and some even rare coins for a price that is just a home run for the collector of today, this is your opportunity. The last of the Proof Silver Washington quarters, 90% silver Washington quarters struck at the old Philadelphia Mint in extraordinary proof 67 condition, and the entire 10 coin set for only $275. That's $27.50 a coin. This is a great opportunity. This is my specialty. Okay, I go through the hundreds of thousands of proof coins to select only the finest examples, submit them for grading. We cut out all the middlemen to pass the savings on to you. It's a thrill to be able to offer this kind of eye appeal, this kind of quality, this kind of incredible value with tremendous long-term potential to our viewers here on Rick's U.S. Coin Show. Thank you for watching, but please stay tuned because I've got a great little presentation coming right up. Welcome back to Rick's U.S. Coin Show. If you just tuned in, I had a presentation on some really superb Washington quarters. Exceptional pieces. This next part of the series is only going to be a few minutes long because I have a relative handful of sets, folks. I don't have many of these sets. This is the highest grade I've ever offered these coins in, proof 69. This is the top grade. There are no proof 70s from this era. This is the early era in U.S. proof production when they were struck at the Philadelphia Mint using old technologies. You know, proof 70 is mainly a grade that reflects the technology being used today at the Mint, which is so advanced. To get a proof 69 from this early era with the technology that they were using, the packaging that they were using, these coins are so rare. But I have a small group of these, and they are so superb. They look proof 69. I mean, I can't see a flaw on them. I mean, if they ever decide to grade coins in proof 70 from this era, I have talked to Rick Montgomery at NGC. He said they never will because they just didn't have the technology. Take a look at this set that I have. 5 coins. The limiting factor in this 5-coin set, these are tough. The limiting factor, folks, is 1955 and the 1958. That's why I only have a small handful of these. I have a few extra 1956s and 1959s that I can offer you separately if you just want to swing one coin. But here's 5 coins, all highest grade. And you're going to love the price. If you want to build a top grade Washington quarter collection, now's the time to start. First of all, take a look here. Take a look at those 5 dates there. The 3 key years here are the 55, the 58, and the 59. 58 and the 59 because of all the milk spot issues I spoke about previously. By the way, 1964 was the last year Washington quarters were struck on 90% silver planchets. That was the last year. 65, they had no silver at all. By the last year, though, proof quality increased dramatically at the Philadelphia Mint. Almost 4,000 examples have been graded in proof 69 for the 1964, of about 4,000 coins. So that's how much better the quality was in 1964 than in these earlier years. And yet, here's a few comps I have for you just to give you an idea. Now, this one is really on the high end of the spectrum for the date. You know, when you go on eBay, you're going to see a full range of prices. So, but if you shop around, here's one for a top-rated seller where it's only $200 for the 1964. And again, remember, this is by far the least rare, let's call it, the least rare Washington quarter in the silver proof Washington quarter series in proof 69, the least rare. About 4,000 examples graded. You get to some of the earlier dates. The 1956, for example, that one with about 1,000 graded in proof 69. Here's a 56 in just proof 68. Here's a proof 68 for $245. Again, this is, I think that's on the high side there, but you know, proof 68, I think you should get a 56 proof 68 for $100 or less. Remember, what we have in this set is a proof 69. Now, one of the key dates, the 1955. The 1955 proof 68s, just proof 68s, folks, are you'll see for a couple $100. Here's a couple for, here's one for $199. And a top-rated seller. Here's another one for $200. Here's one proof 69 for $450 for a proof 69 1955. While I have these sets that include the 1955, because again, the two dates that I've really limited quantities on in 6-9 grade are the 1955 and the 1958. Once I'm out of those, you won't see this set being offered. I've got this set, folks, for $549, the entire 5-coin set. That's $109.80 a coin. Look at that 55. Look at that piece. It's absolutely stunning. No haze, no spots. Every single coin is flawless. Flawless to the eye, flawless under close inspection. It looks like, here's a coin that's over 60 years old, and it could have just been struck yesterday, and that expression I use, you caught it on a velvet pillow, and you just preserved it perfectly for over 6 decades. Every single coin, the 55, the 50, the 56. And I did mention I have extra examples of the 1956 and the 1959. So if you can just can afford one proof 69, one proof 69, I have some extra 1956s available, folks, where other dealers are selling proof 68s for $99. I have these proof 69s for $99. And a 6.9 is worth considerably more than a 6.8. $99 if you want a proof 69 of this really, really tough date. And there's a 1957. Again, the entire 5-coin set available for only $549. Or even, it gets even better. You can own two sets, and it drops down to $539.50 a set. That's $1,079 for 2 sets. And then we get this date here, which again, I have very, very few of. It's got the lowest pop in proof 69. And this is, again, the 55 and the 58. These are the 2 dates that are really limiting the quantity of these sets that I can offer. Very, very tough to find without hairlines, without spots. This coin is sensational. It's gorgeous. It's perfect. It's what a proof from this era should be and rarely ever is. Look at the black mirrors. And then the last coin in the set, the 1959. And this is another tough date. But I got lucky and I have a few extra examples. The best part is I don't have to ask $295 for this coin, or even $195. Like you might typically see. I've got this coin for only $129. One of the toughest coins in the set from 1959 for only $129 if you just want the 59 by itself. So you've got those 2 coins I can offer individually because I have a few extra of those. But the real buy is in the complete set, because in the complete set, you get the 1955 and that 1958, those 2 really tough issues, all for $549 while I have them. I really have to emphasize that. Getting proof 69s in these years is really difficult, and again, the 55, the 58, and the 58 are extremely difficult. The 59 comes next in difficulty right after those 2, 57 right after those 3, 56, population of about 1,000, and I've got the coins for only $99 if you just want that one date. But the buy is in the complete set. Get it while I have them, folks. At this price, I'm giving you a great, great opportunity to build a top grade proof Washington quarter set at the best possible price. This is a great great collector's special. I sincerely hope you're able to take advantage of it. Thank you for watching. I have what I would rank as one of the most consequential gold coins ever struck by the U.S. Mint that you could ever hope to own. And I have them at a great, great price for you today. We've got two display stands full of these 1932 St. Gaudens $10 Eagles in the extraordinary grade, certified by PCGS in MS 64 condition, among the finest known, folks. We have approximately almost 5% of the entire population of these coins that we just acquired. And like I say, we bought the entire deal and we're passing our good fortune on to you today. This is a most historic coin. Now, the first $10 gold eagles were struck by the United States Mint in 1795, and they were referred to as the capped bust variety. Here's an example of one. This one was struck in 1803, and it was the largest denomination coin struck by the U.S. Mint in those early years. The U.S. Mint struck everything from the half cent to the 1 cent coin, and then they had the half dime, the dime, the quarter, half dollar, and dollar. And then in gold, they had the $2.50 gold piece, the $5 gold piece, and the largest gold coin was the $10 gold piece with almost a half an ounce of gold. And so they referred to it as the eagle, being the largest denomination. And then in the 1830s, they changed the coin design to what we refer to as the Liberty $10 eagle. Again, 1830s, this was the largest denomination gold coin struck by the U.S. Mint. And then on December 27th, 1904, then President Theodore Roosevelt decided to write a letter to the Secretary of the Treasury, Shaw. My dear Secretary Shaw, this is one of the most historic letters in all of U.S. numismatics, folks. Short, very short letter. I think our coinage is artistically of atrocious hideousness. Theodore Roosevelt was direct to the point. He didn't pull any punches. Would it be possible, without asking the permission of Congress, to employ a man like St. Gaudens to give us a coinage that would have some beauty? Sincerely yours, Theodore Roosevelt. Now, Theodore Roosevelt, and by the way, he did not like to be called Teddy, okay? He's one of my favorite presidents. He believed in the American dream, and he fought for it throughout his life, that America is the land of opportunity, and that every American, through hard work and virtuous living, should have the opportunity to improve their lives. Just because one is born poor doesn't mean they have to remain poor. And that was quite a revolutionary concept back in 1900, let alone 1776. Roosevelt was his own man. He is often referred to as the trust buster president for taking on big business in an age where corporate titans like J.P. Morgan had what Theodore Roosevelt believed was an undue amount of influence and control over the American economy through their monopolies. And it was to the detriment of the average American. He was instrumental in establishing our national park system so all Americans could enjoy the natural wonders of our country. And he also believed all Americans should be able to enjoy great art that inspires the soul.
And so he wrote this letter to Secretary of Treasury Shaw. For what better way to appreciate and be inspired by great art than through our coinage, with images and symbols and words as daily reminders of who we are and what we strive to become. Now, getting St. Gaudens to agree to redesign our coinage was thought to be impossible, as St. Gaudens had once agreed to design a commemorative coin in 1892, only to have a government bureaucrat redesign his work without St. Gaudens' approval. Understandably, St. Gaudens was furious and swore never to have anything to do with the U.S. Mint again. But Roosevelt would not be denied. He wrote letters to St. Gaudens and letters and more letters. And over time, St. Gaudens came to see that while the two of them had very different professions, they both shared a love of great art. And so in 1906, St. Gaudens agreed to redesign all our coinage. Unfortunately, he was already dying from what turned out to be colon cancer. He was only able to redesign 2 of our coins before he passed away in 1907. The $20 double eagle and the $10 eagle that I have for you today. Many times on our show in the past, folks, we have offered the St. Gaudens double eagle, the $20 gold piece. And they're extremely popular coins. We rarely get to offer the $10 eagle because the $10 eagle is simply a much rarer coin, much more difficult to find, especially in mint state condition. But his $10 eagle, the St. Gaudens $10 eagle, is a classic. It's a coin that, among $10 gold, is probably the most beautiful ever struck by the U.S. Mint. And here you see an example. This is an example struck in 1911. You see the obverse and the reverse of the coin. Roosevelt really insisted on an Indian-type portrait for the obverse and the American eagle with "In God We Trust" on the reverse. Now, the coins we have today, though, are incredibly special. They're dated 1932, these $10 St. Gaudens Indians. The last year the United States Mint struck gold coins of any denomination for commerce was 1933. With the passage of Executive Order 6102 by then President Franklin Roosevelt in May of 1933, virtually all the gold coins struck that year by the U.S. Mint were melted back into gold bars. So any coin struck after 1933, any gold coin, I mean, there's only one St. Gaudens double eagle dated 1933 that is in private hands, and that's worth in the millions of dollars. It sold for about $7 million about 20 years ago. It's probably worth well over that today. There's only a handful of 1933 $10 eagles that were released by the Mint before that executive order. By handful, I mean several dozen pieces. And folks, because of their extreme rarity, they're in the hundreds of thousands of dollars. There you see an example that sold at MS-65 condition for over $800,000. There's one that sold in 6.4 for over $400,000. And here's one that was not even gradable. Surfaces tooled. It means the surfaces have been artificially worked on, enhanced, polished. So it's not even gradable. And it's still sold for $300,000. And this was just last year, okay, for a coin that's not even gradable, a $10 eagle. As I said, what's most important to understand about these coins is the extreme rarity of these compared to the St. Gaudens double eagle. Here's the one chart I made that is most instructive, comparing the population of the St. Gaudens $20 double eagle to the St. Gaudens $10 Indian. And you could compare the mintages. A lot more double eagles were minted than eagles. But then when you look at how few survivors there were in high grade condition, when you get to the MS-64 grade, there were about 15 times more St. Gaudens certified in MS-64 than Indians. And then when you get to grades higher than that, the ratio is 30, 40, 50 times more. The $10 Indian is extremely rare high-grade condition. That bottom line, 1 in every 500 originally struck survived in MS-64 or higher condition today. These coins are so rare, folks. The 1932 in the Smithsonian is an MS-65. And these that we have today, through some real good fortune, we have an MS-64 for you today. Now, Executive Order 6102 demanded that all gold coins over $100 in total value, ownership over $100 in total value, would become illegal after May of 1933. So anybody holding gold coins beyond that amount had to turn them into the Treasury, where the Treasury then proceeded to melt those coins back down into bullion. And here's the percentage of all the gold coins melted down by the mint during that decade. And the highest percentage is among the $10 eagles. Almost half of all the eagles ever struck were melted back down into gold bars. This executive order eliminated gold from our coinage as used for commerce. What was happening during the Great Depression? In the midst of the Great Depression, it was estimated that in 1933 alone, there were approximately 4,000 bank failures. Now, there was no FDIC, Federal Deposit Insurance, back then to cover you if a bank failed. So imagine if you were a citizen back then with your life savings in a bank account that you had spent 10, 20, 30 years accumulating, your nest egg for your retirement, and going to the bank the next day and the bank is shuttered shut. It had failed. You were wiped out. People were terrified. I mean, I can only imagine putting myself in that position. And so you had a lot of citizens whose banks were still solvent, but who were asking themselves, is my bank going to be next? And so they started pulling their money out of the banks. And with that money, they put it into something that they knew would have some value. They took that paper money and they started buying gold coins. Because gold, throughout human history, I mean, you can go back to Egyptian times, has always had value in all cultures around the world. Gold has always had value. So you had all these citizens buying gold coins. Well, this put additional stress on the banking system. And so, in response, Roosevelt passed this Executive Order 6102 saying the ownership of over $100 worth of gold was illegal. You had to turn it into the Treasury. And in exchange, you got paper money. Well, there were some individuals who had the means who said to themselves, okay, I can't own over $100 worth of gold in this country. However, there's nothing that says I can't own over $100 worth of gold in another country. So you had a lot of citizens taking their gold coins in bags and having them shipped to banks in Europe. And this is one of those bags, an actual bag that was in one of those European banks in 1933. In one of those European banks for over 85 years. And they've been sitting there since the 1930s. Now, most of them were double eagles. In this case, this is the first time I've ever seen a couple bags of these 1932 eagles. These coins, folks, should not exist. Again, most of these later gold pieces were melted back down into gold bars. So you had a handful of bags of these 1932 St. Gaudens Indian Eagles that have been sitting in these European banks since the early 1930s that had just come out. You take a look at one of these. It is so superb. Folks, here's a coin. Again, this should not exist. So almost blemish-free. Now, this $10 eagle, it's about 10% smaller in diameter than a $50. Okay, so it's slightly smaller than a $50. But it is about 30% heavier than a $50. And I'm talking about the silver $50 struck in 1964 and earlier. I'm not talking about the most recent $50 struck in clad metal. Those are lighter, about 10% lighter than the earlier silver $50. These are about 30% heavier than a silver $50. They're heavy coins. And gold is a very soft metal. When you look at one of these coins, the coins were struck for commerce. They weren't struck for collectors. They were struck for commerce. They were ejected from the die into a bin. One coin would fall on top of another. They would go through coin counting machines. They were dumped into bags, shipped on trains to banks throughout the country. So most of them went into circulation. But then with this executive order, there were some bags that had just come out of these banks that had never got into circulation that were shipped to banks in Europe. And they've been residing there ever since. Otherwise, these would be heavily abraded and worn, just like all the other gold coins, or melted down. These are among the finest known. How few bag marks, and they are extremely rare, as you can see by those population numbers. And it's the price that I'm thrilled that we have for you today. That's the price that I'm able to offer them at. You take a look at what these coins have sold for in auction. Here's an example, an MS-64 graded by ANAX. Okay, that's not as highly traded among dealers and collectors as PCGS and NGC. But even that coin sold for over $4,000, and that was in the year 2006. Now, folks, in 2006, gold was around $600 an ounce, and it sold for $4,000. Today, gold is over $1,800 an ounce, more than 3 times what it was around 2006. Here's another example. Same year, $4,300, an MS-64, 2006. Here's one that sold for $6,900, same year, when gold was around $600 an ounce. And here's an MS-63, a lower grade than what we have today, for over $2,700. We were incredibly fortunate. We were first in line when we bought this deal. We bought the finest specimens, every single example that graded MS-64. We have several hundred. The several hundred we have, folks, is all we have. This is truly one of those Halley's Comet once-in-a-lifetime events. This group of 1932 eagles that came out of the great European bank hoard. And we got them at such a great price. This is a coin we could offer for $2,900, and you would be getting a great price. Here we are with gold at over $1,800 an ounce, 3 times more than what gold was selling for back in 2006 when these coins were going for $4,000, $5,000, $6,000 in MS-64. $29.95 is a price we could easily sell these at. But again, our philosophy, the key to our success, is that our prices are always based on our cost. And when we get a great deal, that means we pass our good fortune on to you. $24.95 is an even better price. We even got it down to $2,095, and we were going to go in at $2,095. And that was going to be the price. But then at the last minute, I said, you know what? I want to make history on this. I want to make history on this. I want everybody to record this. And so they could play it back 10 years from now. They could say, wow, I can't believe these 1932 $10 Eagles and MS-64 were selling for that price. This is the only time you're going to see this, folks. I said, let's make history. Let's offer it for under $2,300 a coin. I've got them for $22.95, folks. $2,295 a coin. $2,295. I got it below $2,300. Or you could use our two-payment option. Half down today of $1,147.50, and we'll hold one of these coins for you. For a St. Gaudens Eagle, almost a half ounce of gold, in MS-64 condition, among the finest known. Again, far less than 1% of the total mintage of all the Indian Eagles have survived in the condition you see these coins. These are extraordinary. There's never in the history of Coin TV been a group of Eagles, the quality you see here and the quantity we have these coins at. We have several hundred, and several hundred, though, is all we have. Once these are gone, that's it at this price. At $22.95, I wanted to make this an incredibly special opportunity. At $22.95, you are getting all of the good fortune that we got in acquiring these coins being passed on to you today. I hope you can get more than one at this price. If you can get 3, 4, 5, get them while we have them, because at this price, it really is a collector's dream come true. The last year of United States gold that you can own for under $100,000. Again, any other 1933 out there, the last year $10 Eagles were struck was in 1933. The few that didn't get melted down sell for the hundreds of thousands of dollars. So this 1932 is the end of an era. The last year U.S. Mint struck gold coin could be owned by the average collector, the average citizen. Again, these Eagles were first struck in 1795. This is the end of the era, folks, 1932. And we've got them in MS-64 for $2,295. We have a lot of people calling in on this. You know, in 1995, when a lot of dealers are selling MS-64s for double that price, you figure you get two for the price of one. There's nobody else that can offer this kind of coin at this kind of price. This most beautiful, historic St. Gaudens Eagle. A coin he never actually got to see released. He passed away before the coin was released in 1907. And so he never actually got to see his $10 and $20 gold pieces struck for commerce. And here are his two masterpieces. The St. Gaudens Double Eagle, the St. Gaudens Eagle we have for you today. It's the rarer of his two gold coins struck. The St. Gaudens Double Eagles, the U.S. Mint struck about 70 million examples. About 40% of those were melted down, but the $10 Indian, they only struck about 14 million examples, and almost half of those were melted back down into bullion. And here we have the most extraordinary finding out of the great European bank hoard. Several bags. Now, a lot of them were lower grade, had a lot of small nicks and scratches because, again, gold is a very heavy, very soft metal. When you have these gold coins being dumped into bins, thrown into bags, most of them are heavily abraded. These coins are near flawless. When you're talking about MS-64, you're talking about a coin that has never been in circulation. Coins are graded on a 70-point Sheldon grading scale from 0 to 70. The lower the number, the heavier the wear. Anything below a 60 is a coin that has been in circulation, that has wear on it. An MS-60 is a coin that has never been in circulation. It came straight out of a mint bag. However, it has a lot of bag marks on it. It's very heavily abraded. An MS-70 would be a perfect coin with no bag marks whatsoever, a flawless coin under magnification. There are no $10 Indians or St. Gaudens or any other coins from this era in MS-70. They don't exist. An MS-65, folks, is an extraordinary grade, and MS-64 is an extraordinary grade. Again, only one in about every 500 originally struck have survived in this condition. That is how rare they are with so few bag marks. I hope you can get more than one. This is an opportunity to really take advantage of something that will not come our way again. where we can offer these coins with gold pushing way beyond $1,800 an ounce. And here we're offering these eagles for only $2,295. Or you can use our two-payment option. 2 payments of $1,147.50. In closing, there's a recent article in a highly respected numismatic publication. And there's a quote I'd like to pull from that, and it's something I've talked about for the last several years on my show. To quote directly from the article, there has not been a time in recent memory when pre-1933 gold coins were obtainable for so little over spot. And by that, what they mean is, here you have these eagles that in 2006, 2007, in this grade were selling for $4,000, $5,000, $6,000, and gold was $600 an ounce. So they were selling about 10 times their gold value. And here we have gold at $1,800 an ounce. We're selling these for $22.95, about half an ounce of gold. So it's over 2 times the gold value in MS-64 condition. Now again, we were very fortunate to get this entire deal to be able to offer them at this price, because normally we would have had these priced at $29.95. But we bought this deal, again, these came out of the Great European Bank Hoard. This is one of the original bags from the Great European Bank Hoard. We've kept a few as mementos. And that's the only reason we have these coins today. Again, this 1932 St. Gaudens Eagle, a most historic year in U.S. numismatics. The last year you can own a gold coin struck by the U.S. Mint for Commerce at this kind of price. It really is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Please take advantage of it. This is just a beautiful coin, one of my favorite coins, one of the most beautiful coins struck by the U.S. Mint. The $10, often referred to as the Indian. I call it the St. Gaudens Indian because, again, it was designed by St. Augustus St. Gaudens. It's one of the classics. I truly love looking and admiring these coins, folks. I've got some in my hand. I want to thank you for watching this presentation. Again, we have these coins for only $22.95, or our 2-payment plan, $1,147.50 in 2 equal payments over 30 days. Please stay tuned for our next presentation. We've got another great United States rarity coming right up.
I'm James Gerstel. Thanks for watching our show here on Rare Collectibles TV. Hey, did you know we have a lot of coins available on our website? Go to the Coins tab to see Rick's Picks and Jack's Specials. Here you'll find coins that are not featured on our show. Go to rarecollectiblestv.com. This is what everybody wants right now. Have you heard about the latest silver dollar the U.S. Mint has issued? I'm sure you have. It's big news. It is the coin that sold out at record time. We have these coins, and what they are, ladies and gentlemen, are the 75th anniversary of the end of World War II. Privy marked silver eagles. This is the only silver eagle that has ever been issued. They've been making this coin in a lot of different varieties since 1986. You've had proofs, you've had mint state, you've had reverse proofs, you've had enhanced uncirculated. There has never been a Privy Mark coin, and this one honors the 75th anniversary of the victory of World War II in 1945. Let's take a look at what we're talking about. Now, this coin has a darn low mintage. There's only 75,000 of these coins that were struck by the U.S. Mint. They are Proof 69 Ultra Cameo coins. World War II was a defining moment for this country in a lot of ways because we had never seen the country come together like it did in World War II. And you know what really saved America in World War II was our infrastructure, was our industry, because we were able, by presidential order, to turn on a dime and convert our industry, our peacetime industry, into being able to mobilize to win World War II. You may not know this, but when World War II started, the United States had one of the smallest armies, had one of the smallest air forces. We hadn't really worried about war anymore. After the Great War, World War I, the war to end all wars, America, the United States, the world thought there was never going to be another war. So the fact that the U.S. mobilized in such a way, think about it. 16 million Americans were involved in World War II. If they were working in factories, if they were being a soldier, 2 million soldiers alone. Think of all those descendants, all those sons and daughters who had somebody serve in World War II or give their life in World War II. In Washington, D.C., there is the World War II Memorial. And that privy mark that you see, the outline, is part of that memorial, and you see it from the aerial view. So it all ties in. This isn't just any old 75 slapped on the coin. A lot of thought went into this. That's why this coin is so in demand. This is the time to act on this coin. For every collector out there who wants something that hardly any collectors were able to get. Look at what's happening right now. $1,295. You guys are getting an opportunity to buy something that every collector has to have. Here's why. These are mintage figures for collector silver eagles throughout the years. And this is evidence of how many millions of collectors there are for silver eagle dollars. Over the years, beginning in 1986, and there was only 1 year when coins weren't produced, and that was 2009. And the reason for that, believe it or not, was the government ran out of silver. So they could not make a 2009 issue. But every year, beginning in 1986, there were 1.4 million coins struck. That was the highest mintage year. But every year, those figures that you see are from collectors ordering coins directly from the U.S. Mint. These are special collector coins. The database, the amount of people who are involved in collecting silver eagles is immense, and every collector adds the new issue to their collection, make it bigger and bigger and bigger. That's why this coin is so important. It's the only one of its kind. Never before has there been a privy mark. Now, here's the last page of the table. And you can see some of the most famous coins, some of the greatest coins are on this list. And I want you to take a look at the mintage. And as we go down, we're getting towards the bottom, and you're going to see something amazing. But the most amazing part, you see that 75,000 mintage? That is the third lowest mintage. But you know what else? It's the only one of its kind. It is the lowest vintage privy mark ever made. Don't miss out on this deal. Now, this is special. Everybody wants this coin. I got to tell you, what I'm hearing out there is a lot of activity. Here's why. If you want a high grade, one of the highest grades you can get for this coin, here's what you're up against. They are only certifying at a rate of 10.8%. This is amazing. Of the 75,000 that have been issued, 8,156 have been certified, and the percentage in high grade, 10.8%. Folks, this is groundbreaking. This coin is $695, and this is why this is so important. Now, there's been a lot of talk about this coin. The sellout was very quick. This made news all over the world. $695. 1981, Ronald Reagan's first term as president. Reagan knew that we had a strategic silver stockpile. What Reagan wanted to do was he wanted to take that silver and sell it off to Americans and put that money into the Treasury to bring down the deficit, to bring down the debt. He didn't get a chance to do it in his first term. It didn't pass. But in his second term in 1985, a law was passed that he signed known as the Liberty Coin Act. And that authorized the U.S. Treasury to begin the American Eagle program. So silver, gold, and then later on platinum. But to begin, silver and gold. It took the world by storm because it was the largest silver dollar the U.S. had ever issued. It was pure silver. It had the unbelievable design of Adolph A. Wyman's Walking Liberty half dollar, which was known on the half dollar from 1916 to 1947. And it's a beautiful representation of liberty as an allegorical. It's one of the most compelling designs of liberty ever. So naturally, it was brought back to grace the obverse of the American silver eagle dollar. But the reverse is equally as famous. It was done by John Mercanti, the 12th chief engraver of the U.S. Mint. And John Mercanti, he didn't just do the reverse of the American silver eagle dollar, that heraldic eagle reverse, which he paid tribute to the very early American silver dollars. There it is right there. And by the way, now would be a good time for me to tell you that that design is going away. You are looking at one of the last heraldic eagle reverses because eminently is the retirement of that great heraldic eagle, and it's going to be replaced momentarily with a new design so that you're getting one of the last heraldic eagles. You're getting the only Privy Mark. You're getting a coin that people are right now trying to get for $1,295, and they're in line to get it. And we're at $695, and our coins are certified. Our coins are amazing. Ladies and gentlemen, we're doing Proof 69s today. Privy Mark Silver Eagle, flawless to the eye. Take a look. And we're showing these coins under extreme magnification. These were struck at West Point. These coins are struck with so much technology, so much artistry, so much precision that they are as flawless as silver dollar to the eye. Now, why do I keep saying to the eye? Well, the only way you can tell these from the next grade up, the Proof 70s, is under 5-time magnification. 5 times magnification. So when you look at the silver dollar, and believe me, when you get this coin, it's large. You are going to get lost in the mirrored field. Now, let's get back to Ronald Reagan and the Liberty Coin Act. 1986, the very first silver eagles, and it was near the end of the year, rolled off the coining presses. And since then, the American silver eagle dollar has been like no other silver dollar ever issued. This coin has eclipsed the popularity of the Morgan dollar. Now, numismatically speaking, a silver dollar where they only minted 75,000, it brings to mind the 1893S, the king of the Morgan dollars, right? One of the greatest silver dollars ever struck. The mintage of that coin was 100,000. The mintage of this one, 75,000. This coin has an unbelievable future. This is a keeper. Imagine the first and only Privy Mark Silver Eagle. No wonder it set the numismatic world on fire. And there's only 75,000 of these coins that were struck. But none of the other issues from 1986, no matter all the way, no matter what year you pick out, there has never been another Privy Mark. You know, in 1995, something really special happened to the American Silver Eagle dollar. It was the 10th anniversary of the program. To honor that, the U.S. issued the first ever W Mint Mark silver dollar, West Point, 1995. That coin has become so popular. Here is a Proof 69, and I just want you folks to see in black and white, $6,462.50 was an auction price. It's a Proof 69. It's one of the most collected. It was the only one of its kind. The 75th anniversary Proof Silver Eagle has a place right next to that coin in every collection that has that coin. You new collectors, you get an opportunity to get a silver dollar everybody wants and hardly anybody's going to get. Think about it. 153 million collector silver eagles, the proof ones and the collector ones, have been struck by the U.S. Mint since 1986. 153 million. That's a lot of collectors. A lot of collectors. Even if they own complete collections, even if they own 10 complete collections, it's millions of collectors. How are they all going to get it? One of 75,000 coins. Really difficult to do. Everybody's been asking about this coin. $695 is going to turn every Silver Eagle collection into a monumental silver dollar hoard. Right now, ladies and gentlemen, what you see on our display is an immense amount of these coins. We had to work our tail off to get the quantity that we have. $695 is an unbelievable price. Now, you got to love the American Silver Eagle dollars. There's never been anything so big and bold. Here, take a look at this one. Here's one from 2019. It's an enhanced reverse proof. The hammered auction price, that's an auction record, was $1,260. Take a look at the grade. Reverse proof 69. And still no privy mark. You see the privy mark right there. It's all nice and blown up. V for Victory 75 for the 75th anniversary. You can see by that counter stamp the mark that is on the coin. That has actually been added to the dies. So there had to be custom dies engraved for this coin. And a privy mark, let me read a little bit about what a privy mark is. It says this year the Mint will issue numismatic products that feature a privy mark honoring the 75th anniversary of the end of World War II. A privy mark in general terms is a symbol that communicates information about a coin's production. In this case, the privy mark is the V75. Well, it's not the only time that privy marks have been used. Here we're going back to 1853. Take a look at that. So that's a $50 from 1853. As you will see on the obverse, where it says 1853, you see arrows. That was added. That's a privy mark that was added, a form of a privy mark. And it says here in the 19th century, the U.S. Mint used arrows on coins to signal a change, a form of a privy mark, because they communicated information about production of the coins. In that case, it was the purity of the silver that was noted on the coin, and you would know by the arrows. I think the greatest part about this coin is the fact that it's the first ever. When you go back to every first ever issue, the very first Morgan dollar, the very first Walking Liberty, the very first Standing Liberty Quarter or Mercury Dime, these are all very famous. The very first Lincoln Penny, 1909 SVDB, world famous coin. The very first St. Gaudens was a high relief coin. Everybody wants a high relief St. Gaudens. How about in 1908 when No Motto Saints set the world on fire? When the motto was added, those very first coins are sought after by collectors everywhere. Every collector has to have one. This silver dollar is an opportunity to put one of the rarest privy mark coins the U.S. has ever issued in your collection. For you folks who have never collected Silver Eagles before, let me just say this. At $695, you can get two of those coins from us for what other folks want you to pay for one. $695. And again, let me say that only 10.8% of these coins have been reported to garner the highest grades by both of the major grading services since that coin was issued. What that tells me is that of 75,000 mintage, that only 10.8% of those coins are getting the grades that us collectors have got to have, the highest grades. This is the moment you've been waiting for. The mintage of this coin is the third lowest of all the Silver Eagle dollars. But that really doesn't tell the whole story, because it is a unique coin, so really, it belongs on a list all by itself. The first and only privy marked American Silver Eagle dollar ever struck by the U.S. Mint is on our set right now. There were only 75,000 total produced by the U.S. Mint. That was the issue amount. The way they're certifying, 10.8% will garner the highest grades. Don't miss out, $695, the first and only Privy-marked American Silver Eagle dollar ever struck by the U.S. Mint. You are going to get one of the hottest silver dollars ever issued. This is really what a collector looks for in a coin. One of the highest grades, striking example, certified, ultra cameo, one and only Privy mark, $695. Wow. And I want to thank you so much for watching this presentation. Rare Collectibles TV does it again.
In the year 2021, the United States Mint will be making United States numismatic history, folks. The United States American Silver Eagle dollar, a silver dollar series that likely equals the Morgan dollar series in popularity. And as such, these two series represent the two most widely collected United States coin series in all of U.S. numismatics. The American Silver Eagle dollar series, which was first struck on November 24th, 1986. That coin design, as we have come to know it, in the year 2021, will receive a major redesign of the reverse. Now, while the obverse of the coin will continue on with the classic Walking Liberty design, which was originally created by Adolph Weinman for the Walking Liberty half dollar that was introduced in 1916, that obverse design will continue on. Now, I have a few examples just to introduce you to the obverse. I have an original Walking Liberty half dollar. You can see this one coin dated 1944. It's a Mint State coin, very high grade, considered one of the all-time classics in U.S. numismatics. Now, this coin series in the half-dollar version, folks, struck for commerce, was struck from 1916 to 1947. And then when they introduced the American Silver Eagle series, it was this obverse that was used for the inspiration of the new American Silver Eagle series in 1986. And here we have a Mint State example. Now, it's the original design by Adolph Weinman, but the chief engraver of the Mint at that time, a man by the name of John Mercanti. John Mercanti, folks, was the 12th chief engraver of the United States Mint until his retirement in late 2010. When he took this design, he sharpened all the details. So when you look at this coin, you notice all the hand detail and skirt detail in Liberty, how sharp it is, how well defined it is. You notice her left hand over the wreath of flowers. You see all that detail. When you look at the original Walking Liberty half dollar, that detail is a lot softer. You don't see that detail as distinctly as you do on the new American Silver Eagle. You could see the skirt detail in there is pretty good, actually. That's a well-struck coin, and you could see some of the left hand detail of Liberty. But again, when we go to the silver dollar, now that you have a reference point, and you look at this coin once more in a close-up, especially in the hand detail, you could see all that detail real sharp on this coin. Now, this coin that you're looking at is the Mint State version of the American Silver Eagle, folks. These are the American Silver Eagles you most frequently see. They were struck in much larger numbers. They're essentially what they consider bullion coins. You can originally get them from the mint for just a couple of dollars over the cost of silver. However, even these coins have an incredible collector appeal. High-grade examples have been known to sell for over $20,000, $30,000 for examples that are the highest grade for into some of the rarer dates. It's an incredibly popular collector series. Now, the reverse of the coin that will appear in 2021 will have a completely new eagle design, with the famous heraldic eagle designed by John Mercanti. That will be no more. And this is huge, folks. Now, the heraldic eagle originally came from among the first silver dollars ever struck. The first silver dollars ever struck by the U.S. Mint, folks, were struck in 1794. 1794 through 1797, the reverse featured what they called the small eagle. And I have a picture of one of those, of the first silver dollar ever struck, and that was the original eagle on the very first silver dollars. They called it the small eagle. And then in 1798, though, the Mint introduced what they called the heraldic eagle design. Here you have a coin, one of the earliest silver dollars ever struck, 1799, in mint state condition. There you see the obverse of the coin, the draped bust obverse. And then the reverse, though, has this new heraldic eagle that first appeared in 1798. And it's this heraldic eagle inspiration that the chief engraver, John Mercanti, used for the reverse design of the American Silver Eagle. And when you see the reverse of that mint state American Silver Eagle that Sasha just showed you, you can see the similarity. That eagle, very bold, very strong appearance, makes a statement with this beautiful, beautiful heraldic eagle design by John Mercanti. Now, folks, here's what you need to know. The demand for this new American Silver Eagle with the new reverse in the year 2021 will, I predict, be of historic proportions. I would not be surprised if the proof version will be the highest mintage proof in the entire American Silver Eagle series. Now, this translates to an army of new collectors attracted to this series, even more collectors than we have today. These beautiful classic silver dollars appearing for the very first time. And every year these coins are struck, especially the proof coins. These coins get a little more expensive when ordered directly from the mint. The coins I have for you today are the rarest of all the American Silver Eagles. The American Silver Eagles are struck in both mint state and proof. It's the proof version that I have for you today. The proof American Silver Eagle, struck in very limited quantities. A proof coin, if you're new to collecting, is meant to represent the state of the art, the highest possible quality the Mint's able to produce given the technology of the day. Proof coins are nothing new. The proof coins have been struck by the U.S. Mint since the early 1800s, but they were always struck in limited numbers because of the labor involved in creating a proof coin. From day one, to make a proof coin, the Mint would take the finest dies. They would receive a very, very special polishing treatment until the dies were absolutely flawless. They would take the most perfect coin blanks, and they would carefully strike them, not once, but at least twice under higher pressure to bring out every possible detail of that design. And then, most importantly, once struck, while coins struck for commercial use are typically dumped into bins where they are braided with other coins, where they receive bag marks, proof coins are individually handled. They're not allowed to braid with any other coins. So when we look at that mint state American Silver Eagle that Sasha had previously showed you, Even though this coin is uncirculated, you'll see some small bag marks on the coin. You notice in back of Liberty, right above In God We Trust, there's some significant bag marks. Right above In God We Trust there. And again, this is a mint state coin. Didn't receive any kind of special die preparation. The dies were not polished, etc. It's a beautiful mint state coin, but it's not a proof coin. Now I want to show you the proof version of the American Silver Eagle. These are the coins I love. Again, the state of the art, incredible quality, folks. The finest possible quality the mint's able to produce given the technology of the day. You notice the heavily frosted devices, the portrait of Liberty on the obverse, the heraldic eagle on the reverse. They're heavily frosted. And the fields, which have a black look, that's because they're mirrored. The dies were prepared to create this acid-etched cameo effect. And then the dies were put on a polishing wheel or a buffing wheel. And the buffing wheel would then buff the fields of those dies until the fields had a mirror-like finish. So they have an actual black look, but if you look in the coin, you can see your reflection. The reverse of the coin has the same cameo heraldic eagle as you see here. It's absolutely breathtaking. The mint has to go to a lot of work. There's a lot of labor, a lot of craftsmanship that goes into making these proof coins. If you were to buy one directly from the mint today, whereas a mint state example might cost you about $20, silver's around $18 an ounce. You pay a couple dollars more for the striking of the mint state version. So you'd probably pay around $20 for a mint state version. The proof, on the other hand, might cost you around $60, $65 directly from the mint. And again, it's a very labor-intensive process. They're struck in very limited quantities. But those are the coins that I have for you today. And what I have for you today, this set is going to be, I predict, among the most desirable of all the silver dollar sets in all of U.S. numismatics. Because what I have today is the complete set of the original heraldic eagle reverse struck from 1986 to 2020, every year, of the heraldic eagle reverse of the American Silver Eagle. From 1986 to 1992, these coins were all struck at the San Francisco Mint, and they have an S mint mark on the reverse. And then in 1993, they switched the striking of these coins in proof to the Philadelphia Mint. And they were struck from 1993 to 2000 at the Philadelphia Mint, and they have a P mint mark on the reverse of those coins. And then in 2001, until the end of this heraldic eagle reverse series, 2020, they were struck at the West Point Mint. And they have a W on the reverse, indicating they were struck in West Point. To the right of the eagle, you can see the large W mint mark. Folks, here's what makes this set so special. Here's a chart that shows the mintages of all the mint state and proof American Silver Eagles by year. Beginning with the first year of issue, 1986. Again, the peak year for the proofs was that first year when they came out. They struck over 1.4 million proofs. Mint state coins, they struck a lot more in mint state, almost 5.4 million. And then 11 million mint states in 87, and under a million of the proofs. But then you go from 1988 through the decades of the 90s. The proofs were struck in some years 372,000, 400,000, only 500,000 coins in proof condition versus 5, 10, 15 million of the mint state coins. And then you go into the later years, and you could see where the mint state coins, again, where they struck 20, 30 million examples. And even in the later years, the proofs were struck in very limited numbers. The technology required, the craftsmanship required to preparing a proof die, especially when it's a silver dollar the size of the American Silver Eagle, which is, by the way, much larger than a Morgan dollar. It has a full ounce of silver in an American Silver Eagle. A Morgan dollar, by comparison, has roughly 7/10 of an ounce of silver. So it's a huge coin. There's a lot of labor, a lot of craftsmanship required in making one of these dies. In addition, when they strike these proof coins, again, each proof coin is struck at least twice under higher pressure. The proof dies must be in their most pristine, unworn state. When you're striking a proof coin, you're using at least 200 tons of pressure. The dies wear very quickly, so they have to be replaced at much more frequent intervals than they would for mint state coins. A proof die may only strike 500 to 1,000 coins before it needs to be replaced. So they're struck in very limited numbers. Now, the dates I have, they're highlighted in red, are the key dates in the Proof American Silver Eagle series. Because not only are they very low mintage, but they're the earliest years in the Proof American Silver Eagle series when they had a lot of quality control problems. They're extremely elusive in high-grade condition. The making of a proof coin, I mean, it truly is an art. There's tremendous craftsmanship, tremendous skill involved, preparing the dies, preparing the planchets. And in those early years, in the 1980s and 1990s, it was not perfected, folks. Even though as low as those mintages were for those years, the majority of the coins had flaws. Here's, for an example, 1994, a low mintage year. This is the original box that the set came in. When you ordered your set from the mint, this is the original box of a 1994 proof coin. You open the box, came in a beautiful, beautiful package like this that flipped open. And I don't know if you can pop it out of there, Sasha. And now, at first glance, the coin looks gorgeous, like a gorgeous proof coin. But we're going to zoom in and take a look here. And you're going to see the typical problems you see on these early proof coins. Look at the spotting all over the surface of the coin, especially obvious around the rim from about 9 o'clock to 11 o'clock. That doesn't come off, folks. That occurs during the preparation of the coin blank. And this is a problem the U.S. Mint had not just in the 1980s and 1990s, but when you look back at the early Franklin's and Kennedy half dollars in proof, they had very, very similar problems. So it was a really, really common problem. A coin like that grades maybe proof 65 at best. So these coins are really elusive in flawless, high-grade condition. I put together a chart of the populations of all the high-grade mint state and proof American Silver Eagles graded by NGC from the first year of the series through 2020 to give you an idea of the rarity of these proof coins. Now you see the first year of issue there, 1986, they had the highest mintage. You've got a higher total certified in high-grade proof 69, proof 70 condition, about 42,000 coins. But after that, the numbers dropped dramatically. 1988, only 18,000 examples certified in high-grade condition and proof versus over 100,000 in mint state. Similar numbers in 1989. A low point for the mint state coins was 1990 when they only had 92,000 coins. Extremely elusive, but only 21,000 of the proofs. And then you get into the 1990s, again, 1993, 19,000. 1994, 18,000. 1995, 17,000 coins. 1997, 15,000 coins. And this is why all those numbers are highlighted in red, because these numbers highlighted in red, these are the key dates. These are the dates that are really difficult to get in high-grade condition. And you find them in these earliest years in the American Silver Eagle series. My point being, when we get all these new collectors coming in 2021, buying these new proof coins, they're going to be building these sets. And when they want to get the complete set, these coins, the highlighted in red, are going to be the coins that have the greatest challenge to acquire, because they're a low mintage and the vast majority are flawed. Finally, we get to the second page. The mint's technology began to improve, the craftsmanship began to improve, and you see more coins certified in high-grade proof condition. 41,000 in 2008. 2009, they did not strike any proof coins because the mint ran out of silver. So they didn't strike any proof coins in 2009. 2010, 47,000. 2012, 31,000, a lower number, but still significantly higher. You get almost 100,000 in 2016. So you see a significantly more examples in high-grade proof condition at the West Point Mint as you get into these later years. Last year there, 2020, it's a lower number simply because that coin just came out. But they've already graded 23,000 examples, even though that coin has just come out. Versus, again, those dates in the 1990s, where here we are over 20 years later, and they've only graded 15,000, 16,000 coins, folks. So here you got these key dates. I spoke about the popularity of the American Silver Eagle series. The mint state examples, by far easier to find in high-grade condition. Much higher mintages. Here's a 1996 NGC MS70. It sold for over $21,000 in auction. That's what it sold for in auction. Here's a 1991 that sold for over $34,000 in auction. Again, because these were those dates in the 1990s. They had the same problem with the mint state coins as they had with the proof coins as far as quality control. Well, these aren't even complete sets, folks. I couldn't find anybody offering a complete set of 1986 to 2020. By complete set, I mean every date in the series from 1986 to 2020. But here's some partial sets in mint state condition. In mint state 69 condition, which, as you saw from my population chart, mint state 69s are far easier to come by than proof 69s. Here's one, 1988 to 2005, $3,500 for that set. Here's one, 1988 to 2006, $3,145. Here's the biggest set of all, 1986 to 2015, almost $4,000. Take a look at this set. I have been most fortunate in acquiring and cherry-picking some of the rarest examples from this American Silver Eagle series. Sasha, let's show them some of those rarest issues, like the 1993, the 1994. 1994, lowest mintage here of the Philadelphia issues. Only 372,000 examples struck of the 1994 P, folks. This entire set can be yours for just over $100 a coin. $3,795 for the entire 34 coin set. That comes out to about $112 a coin. Here we have this ultra-rare 94P, folks. No hairlines, no spots. Just a glorious, glorious Proof 69 Ultra Cameo. Absolutely pristine. You see the P mint mark below the olive branch. The heraldic eagle design by John Mercanti. 2020 is the last year of this historic heraldic eagle design by John Mercanti. John Mercanti, the most prolific chief engraver in the history of the U.S. Mint. John Mercanti, who has designed over 100 coins for the U.S. Mint during his career, folks. This is the classic must-have American Silver Eagle set. And we're going to be looking at so many new collectors coming in 2021 with the new reverse design coming out. Those coins are going to be, again, very high quality because the Mint is at the point now in the technology, the craftsmanship, when they make these proof coins, virtually every coin they struck in proof condition is a flawless coin. The majority are grade proof 70. These early years, you were lucky to get a proof 68. And here we have these coins, these key dates, all in proof 69 Ultra Cameo. The highest possible grade is a proof 70 Ultra Cameo. To give you an idea of what a proof 69 Ultra Cameo is, it's a coin that is essentially flawless to the naked eye. When NGC gets one of these coins, every single coin is studied under magnification at Numismatic Guarantee Corporation. If it looks flawless under their magnification, they pull the coin aside and they study it under even higher magnification. If under that higher magnification it still looks flawless, they give it a grade of proof 70. If they see the tiniest imperfection, though, under that higher magnification, it gets a 6-9 grade. So what you're looking at, folks, is a set that to the naked eye is absolutely perfect. The entire set, including the 2016 W with the lettered edge, which is a rare variety. The 2016 W will be the lettered edge where instead of the reeded edge around the perimeter, it says 30th anniversary around the perimeter. So here is the entire set, folks. All 34 dates. Every year this coin was struck in proof condition. From 1986 to the end of the Heraldic Eagle Series 2020. All for only $3,795. I was so incredibly fortunate to get first pick on a collection of these earliest dates. We went through literally thousands and thousands of these early dates from a historic collection that surfaced. And we cherry-picked the finest examples. And we're passing the savings on to you. Here you get this amazing set in proof 69 Ultra Cameo, folks. These coins are just a bit over $100 a coin. And you've got coins here that have tremendous absolute rarity where they only struck a few 100,000 examples. But then when you're talking about condition rarity, where they've only certified maybe 15,000, 16,000 examples in high-grade condition. And you've got the entire set for $37.95, and it's available on the 2-payment option. Reserve one of your sets today, folks. This is a limited time offer. These earlier dates are so difficult to get in the grades you see them at. Believe me, I've been going through these now for several years. And these early dates, to find these in the condition you see them in, they're low mintage, very few survivors in this kind of condition. Very few survivors. The cost of these coins is going up almost monthly of these early key dates. There are just so few survivors left out there in the condition you see them in that we offer them for you today. That's only $3,795 for the entire 34 coin collection with the Heraldic Eagle Reverse designed by John Mercanti. Ending last year of issue, the year 2020, 2021, the American Silver Eagle will be introducing a new reverse a new reverse with a new design. And everyone who wants to build a complete set of American Silver Eagles will want to have these earliest issues that are the rarest of all in superb Cameo Proof 69 condition. This set, folks, is going to be a grand slam opportunity for the collector of today. This is a limited time offer. A lot of people calling in. If you can't swing the entire set, all you have to do is put half down today. Please do so. Put half down today, folks. Again, a limited time offer. These sets are so difficult to assemble. Limited time offer, half down today of $1,897.50. We'll hold one of these sets for you and pay the balance in 30 days. I need to tell you, we offer this set in mint state condition. The mint state American Silver Eagles, as I explained earlier, were struck in much higher quantities. The mint state Silver Eagles in MS69 condition are a challenge to assemble. But we sell more of those sets than any other dealer in the country. But I have to tell you, the proof American Silver Eagles are roughly 10 times more difficult to assemble. Again, lower mintages, quality control issues. It is an extremely challenging set, and here you've got this earliest complete set. This is the complete set if you want every year of the Heraldic Eagle Reverse from 1986 to 2020. The 2021 will no longer have the Heraldic Eagle Reverse. And again, to repeat, the Heraldic Eagle Reverse had its origins in the earliest silver dollars. Silver dollars were originally struck by the U.S. Mint in 1794. 1798, they introduced what we call the Heraldic Eagle Reverse with this bold eagle. There you see one of the original silver dollars, graded mint state. And here's that Heraldic Eagle Reverse. Wings outstretched, E pluribus unum, this bold design of the American Silver Eagle. And this was the design John Mercanti used for his inspiration of the reverse of the original American Silver Eagle, first struck in 1986. We're thrilled to be able to offer this kind of package, folks. Again, the complete set for just a bit over $100 a coin. Just to buy one of these coins ungraded from the U.S. Mint is around $60. You send the coin in for grading to NGC. The grading fee is around $20. There's an $8 handling fee. They're going to ship it back to you registered mail, which is about $25. So even without the cost of the coin, that's around $50, $60 just to get it graded. And it doesn't include your shipping cost to ship the coin to them. And then the probability of the coin grading Proof 69 is pretty low, especially if it's an earlier date. It's probably going to grade Proof 67, Proof 66, maybe Proof 68. If you're lucky, you get a 69, but your cost is going to be $150 to $200 a coin. We've got this entire set for just a bit over $100 a coin. It's a limited time offer. Please order it now. This is a great, great set. This is the classic era in the American Silver Eagle series. These earliest dates in incredible Proof 69 Ultra Cameo condition. Thank you for watching.
Here's an interesting fact about the old San Francisco Mint, better known as the Granite Lady. The Morgan Dollar series became a mainstay at the San Francisco Mint as S-Mint silver dollars were struck here every year that they were produced between 1878 and 1904, and then again for one final year in 1921. The quality and luster of these S-Mint Morgan dollars struck right here in this room are considered to be some of the finest strikes of the entire Morgan Dollar series.
Ladies and gentlemen, stop the presses, because this is an event. I got to tell you, the buyers at this company, Jack and Rick, have been really, really busy. They got a call about a great hoard of Morgan dollars. And you know the Morgan dollar, how can you go wrong collecting Morgan dollars? The most popular silver dollar ever issued anywhere in the world is the Morgan dollar. Classic beauty, timeless, a representation of an America that was really beginning to come into its own. First struck in 1878. We bought an unbelievable hoard of San Francisco struck Morgan dollars. The great thing about the San Francisco struck Morgan dollars is the way that Morgans were struck at San Francisco. The San Francisco struck Morgans are known above all the other mints as being the most stunning strikes, the greatest contrast, the most detail. The images jump off the face of the coin, both the obverse and the reverse. You've never seen Lady Liberty with so much detail as you do with San Francisco struck Morgan dollars. And the eagle on the reverse, classic, just amazing detail. That's what Morgan dollars from San Francisco are all about. So we bought a really, really big hoard of Morgan dollars, all of them from San Francisco. And in going through the coins, we decided that we would offer San Francisco struck Morgans from the very beginning, the first year, 1878. And we would offer the first few years of the coins. And this is where it gets really exciting. Because if you've never bought a Morgan dollar before, if you never collected a Morgan dollar before, you're not going to be able to pass this deal up. Let me just tell you, right now, in this deal, really beautiful coins. Take a look at what I'm talking about, because the price is going to be so incredible. You have to get the phone in your hand right now. 1878S, 1879S, 1880, 1881, and 1882. That's the universe right now. The first 5 San Francisco struck Morgan dollars, all in brilliant uncirculated condition. Not just regular uncirculated, brilliant uncirculated, a definite cut above. Something is really afoot with Morgan dollars, too, because the world of Morgan dollars is exploding. I'll show you that in a minute. I've been doing a lot of research about the great melts that took place in the 20th century. 20th century was a century where all the Morgan dollar melts happened, beginning in 1918 with the Pittman Act. And we talk about that all the time. But there were many more melts that occurred in the 19th century that involved millions and millions of Morgan dollars. So the most popular silver dollar in all the world turns out to be pretty darn tough to get in mint state. And the world is catching on. Little history. 1878, the first Morgan dollar was issued. The reason for it was a few years earlier, there had been a discovery of silver in Nevada that eclipsed all discoveries of silver up to that point. It happened in 1859. People from all over the world came to try to strike it rich in the silver fields, what was known as the Comstock Mine, one of the largest mines ever. I mean, it was operated on a huge scale. Millions and millions of ounces of silver were taken out of this mine. Congress agreed to pass a bill known as the Bland-Allison Act, mandating that millions of dollars worth of silver be purchased by the Treasury Department every month to be exclusively coined into this new silver dollar. This silver dollar, which was to make its debut in 1878. George T. Morgan was a gentleman who came from England at the request of the mint director. The U.S. mint director was a man by the name of Linderman. And he had been corresponding with England to see if he could possibly get one of their expert die engravers to come and work at the U.S. Mint. Finally, after months of correspondence, a gentleman was referred to the U.S. Mint by the name of George T. Morgan. And as they say, the rest really is history. This is one of the ultimate deals that we're going to be offering today. A 5-coin set featuring 1878, 1879, 1880, 1881, and 1882. All S mints. And I'll tell you, folks, the reason why I am so excited about presenting these first 5 S mint coins, when you buy a hoard of Morgans, we buy them in roll form, 22 a roll. It gives us the opportunity to handpick only the finest coins for these presentations. And the Morgan dollar was an amazing coin. We'll get to that in a couple of minutes. But let's just lay a little groundwork of why Morgan dollars today are just going completely crazy. And I think it has a lot to do with our show, believe it or not, our network. And how do I know? Well, look at the market for Franklin half dollars and proof. Rick has turned the world upside down. You can't even find any of those coins anymore. All grades are disappearing. They're becoming so scarce the market is moving. We're actually moving that meter. People are discovering that as a great collectible. Now, they've known about the Morgan dollar for decades and decades in terms of collecting by date and by mint. But recently, as facts and figures come to light and we separate fact from fiction, we realize that the Morgan dollar is so scarce, so much scarcer than any price could indicate that we could put on the coin. Any price. 1878 to 1921, the history of the Morgan dollar. Now, the Morgan dollar was struck from 1878 to 1904 with a pause until 1921 for only 1 year. So here's the deal. Total Morgan struck in that period of time over 650 million coins. Now, we all heard about melting coins in 1918, known as the Pittman Act. And that was done because we wanted to help our ally, Great Britain, in World War I. Kind of complicated story, but they needed hard silver to really save India. That's what it all boiled down to. So here we have the Pittman Act melt, which was responsible for 270 million Morgan dollars. Total remaining after just the Pittman Act was 386 million. And then we get into terms of what really relates to collectors today. Total certified in uncirculated condition, mint state 60 to mint state 69. Now, when you consider that in mint state 69, I think there's about 15 coins total, certainly less than 20, that have ever been graded in a mint state 69 in a Morgan dollar. I mean, you could hold them all in your hand without any trouble. There are so few. So mint state 60 to 69, hardly any coins. Look at the percentage in mint state 60 to 69 of Morgan dollars, of hundreds of millions of coins that were struck, that exist in uncirculated condition. And take a look at the amount that have been graded. So it all boils down to 1%. 1%. That encompasses every date, every mint mark, every variety, all together just 1% will grade in uncirculated condition. Now, normally, I'll get into all my research before I give you the price on this, but this is really exciting. I got to tell you, we're going to be able to offer a single Morgan dollar, and the date we're going to offer is 1881S. And why? Well, over the decades, one thing all of us have learned is that one of the most beautiful representation of a San Francisco struck Morgan dollar is the 1881S. Man, did they get it right that year. I mean, it is just a thing of beauty. And if you have never owned a Morgan dollar before, well, you're not going to be able to resist this. And I'll tell you why. Because this Morgan dollar, 1881S, in brilliant uncirculated condition, you see it right there, full detail, nowhere, never once used in a commercial transaction, never used as money. In the same condition today as it was in 1881 when it was struck. $59. $59. Wow. So an individual Morgan dollar, $59. Now, this is no slider. This is no almost uncirculated coin. This is no polished coin. This is an original. This coin is $59. Now, I know that's going to get the phones ringing like crazy. Let me show you why this is so exciting. You can buy one right now for $59, or you can hunt around and pay $113. $113. Now take a look at the grade. Choice about uncirculated. Almost uncirculated, an AU coin. Not an UNC, a coin that has been circulated. $113. $59 here, though. $59. That'll get your motor running. But we're talking about not almost uncirculated coins, not slider coins, not coins that have been used once or twice, but coins that have never, ever been spent, coins that are original uncirculated coins for $59. To me, that's incredible. Now, we have a special deal here. One coin, $59. There's an opportunity here to buy a 3-coin set. And the 3 coins in this set, 1879, 1880, and 1881. Ladies and gentlemen, they're $76 each. $229 for those 3 coins. 1879S, 1880S, and 1881S. $229. Very important. Here's why. The market on Morgans is going crazy. It's just exploding everywhere I turn. This is off one of the auction sites. I probably don't have to tell you which one, from a very well-respected seller, offering the coin at $375, 79S. We're at $76 when you buy a 79S, an 80S, and an 81S for $229 for the 3. And I'll tell you this, quality, forget about it. Our quality beats everybody. We're coin experts. We know how to buy Morgan dollars, and we know where to buy them. And we get offered some of the greatest collections. And this is a collection of Morgan dollars that you are just seeing being premiered right now that is going to feature some of the greatest S-Mint dollars starting from the very beginning. But let's slow down a minute because we're talking about a 3-coin set, 1879, 1880, and 1881. Here's an 1880, almost $200. Look at the coin. Baggy, yeah. You're never going to see a Morgan dollar that does not have a couple of bag marks on it. But look at the surface of that coin and then take a look at ours. No comparison. That coin's almost $200. The one I'm selling in the set, the 3 of them, $76. That's real. That's not only value, that's better coin, fantastic luster, a stellar example. That's what we're looking for. We're looking for those stellar examples, those stunning examples that everything a Morgan dollar collector wants to have. The contrast, the strike, the bright white look. Now keep in mind, folks, that we're offering a 3-coin set beginning in 1879 and ending in 1881 for $229. Here is an 1881S by itself. 1 coin, $225. And you see what I mean? The world of Morgan dollars is getting really, really tight because some of the greatest Morgan dollars are being sold to collectors through our network. And we're really getting into it in a major way. I wish you could take a tour of our vault. You would see Morgan dollars almost as far as the eye can see. And you would see a lot of these Morgan dollars being pushed off to the side and sold off to other folks. Maybe even folks who offer them out for $225. We keep the ones that are so cherry, so bright, and we offer them at $76. We offer a 3-coin set for $229. Here's an 1881, $299.99. It says you grade it. Okay, it looks like an uncirculated coin. Almost $300. Why is Morgan dollars becoming so popular? Well, I think a lot of it has to do with all the information that we're publishing these days. We publish a lot of great information about the Morgan dollar, and it's available if you're patient enough to search through all the archives. You'll find the same information. And this one right here is all about the silver dollars that were released into circulation just between the years of 1957 and 1964. And that was when one of the greatest runs on the Treasury Department. In Washington, D.C., at the Treasury Department, there was a part of the Treasury Department that was open to the public. And it was the cash payout room. And through that vast, it was almost like a hall, you could show up at the Treasury Department with money in hand, dollars, exchange them for silver dollars. And this was a big thing between 1957 and 1964. And in 1964, the government having, well, you take a look at the picture of Morgan dollar bags stacked up from floor to ceiling. And that image of the Harper's Weekly right on the cover, Mint employees standing on silver dollar bags as far as the eye can see in the government vaults. Eventually, almost 500 million silver dollars were paid out between the years of 1957 and 1964. The very last sale, the government said that's it in 64. Price of silver was going crazy, and collectors were coming from everywhere to get these coins. When you see that certified Morgans represent only 1% of the mintage of all years, you understand. It's because of this. Because at the very bottom of the last column on the right, 481,720,939 coins. Paid out, released into circulation, gone off the shelves. That's why we're looking at these numbers today. Now, that's not all, because I mentioned the great melt of 1918, the one everybody knows about, the Pittman Act, requiring the melting of up to 350 million silver dollars. In that 1 year alone, 1918, the Treasury melted over 270 million silver dollars. But you know what? You do some research, you look at the archives, and you see that between 1922 and 1941, a small amount were melted, only 137,000. And then World War II. Between 1942 and 1944, the Silver Act, which also required, now the Silver Act for World War II was a little bit different than the Pittman Act. It wasn't for giving silver to our allies. It was for replacing tin and lead and other strategic metals for the war effort in everyday everything, in coins, in appliances, everything. General Electric at the time stated that every product they made during those war years had silver in it, where normally they had lead and tin. Those were really vital strategic materials for the war, zinc and lead, and they were replaced by silver. But what it did was the government had to melt silver dollars to supply to industry to fight the war. So there you have, look how many more. During World War II, 52 million, almost 53 million silver dollars in those years between 1942 and 1944. And then, 1945 to 1964, this is just your government, by the way, almost 10 million. So you look between 1918 and 1964, over 332 million silver dollars were melted. This makes silver dollars extremely scarce. And as we start looking into figures of how many have been certified and how many exist in certain grades, and I got to tell you, you can get lost in all of this. It's amazing. When you hear things like Congress, I read this record about hearing that Congress had about the government holding 47,000 tons of silver in the Treasury, and how they needed to get rid of, how they needed to process 14,200 tons. Basically, that's what that part was coins. They had to melt those coins down and supply them to industry for the war effort. Incredible. You never even hear about that. It's a huge amount of coins. And what it leads us to, this right here. Because, ladies and gentlemen, 1878 through 1882, the first 5 Morgan dollars from San Francisco. Now, any collector of Morgan dollars will tell you that they're the most beautiful Morgan dollars, hands down. Now, look at this. This is percentage of mintage that has been certified in all grades, from the worst grade to the best, in every year. And this set that we're offering right now, ladies and gentlemen, $449 for the 5 coins. That's not even $90 a coin. And these are all fresh, hand-picked, just in. A big hoard was purchased by Jack and Rick, and these are amazing. I love Morgan dollars, and let me tell you, when you get an opportunity to sit down and look at fresh Morgan dollars that you just opened up the roll, and you look at these coins that are amazing, that have been put away for decades, you can see the excitement, and the price My goodness, this is really something. So take a look at how few of these coins in all grades have been certified. All grades. From the worst circulated grade or the most worn coin, I should say, to the finest. And look at how they shake out. Every single year that we're offering. From the San Francisco Mint. The totals are eye-opening. How few of these coins exist. 1878S, half of 1%. Half of 1%. There are not a lot of Morgan dollars. That would be so much of a higher percentage. 1879S, it jumps 1.2%. That's ridiculous. 1880S, 1.9%. 1881S. 1881S is probably the most certified of all the Morgan dollars from San Francisco, and still it's only 2.1%. And we're offering that coin individually for $59. The 82S, 1882, a little bit less than 1%, account for all the coins that have been certified, all grades. You can't argue with facts like that, folks. So the Morgan dollar, it's all about the great history. It's all about the great design. Now, most of you collectors out there have heard this story many times. George T. Morgan, unbelievable artist, had a Philadelphia school teacher by the name of Anna Williams pose for the Portrait of Liberty. Immediately, his coin was selected amongst all the other designs that were contributed by other Mint employees. And that created a lot of problems in itself because he was the newcomer. He was a new guy on the block. But his design has withstood the test of time. And there are few coins in the world that are instantly as recognizable as a Morgan dollar, whether you're a coin collector or not. I got to tell you, there's probably thousands of coin companies that use the Morgan dollar as a logo because it's just so well known. It's really rare to be able to get the ultimate quality. Oh, and by the way, for you folks who choose to buy the 5-coin set at $449, this box will accompany the 5-coin set, and you can see the quality of the coins. Ladies and gentlemen, this is quality that I'm proud to present. This is quality that gets me excited about coin collecting. This is quality that is unsurpassed. This is quality that you will not get an opportunity to see unless you have access to a hoard of coins that has been sitting in a bank vault or sitting in a personal vault for decades. And we got first crack at this collection, and we bought it, all of it. Now, there was a lot of coins in the deal that just don't suit our needs, that are not of a high enough quality. And since we are coin dealers, that's all we do. We know where to sell those coins off because we know where there are folks who are selling those coins for 3 and 4 times what we are. And they can use those coins. We can't. But it's a lot of fun to collect Morgan dollars when you get everything in one deal. Let me show you what I'm talking about. I'm going to go through this real quick, folks. I do want you to keep in mind that there's such a dramatic difference in our prices and everybody else's. And you have a right to ask yourself, why is that? And let me explain again. When it comes to buying coins, I like to represent us as being at the top of the food chain. We get offered deals one after another. Most of these deals we pass because the quality of the coins is just not what we are looking for. But when we find that deal and we buy it right, we're able to bring coins to you guys that put all other sellers to shame. This one right here, look at that, $450. And you'll notice one thing. Buy it, add it to your cart, or go away. There's no make an offer. Why? Because that coin is non-negotiable. $450, take it or leave it. And the reason for it, 1870S's, the pickings are really slim these days, and you're really lucky when you get a really nice coin. So when we came across this deal, wow. Here's another one, almost $500. Probably a tone coin a little bit, I would think. 1878 S. Morgan, high mint state uncirculated, almost $500. Look at this 1879, $375. 1880, almost $200. 1881, $225. The 1881. Give them a penny and they'll sell the coin for $300, right? $299.99. Nice looking coin. A little bit of chatter on the cheek. All Morgans have a little bit of bag marks. Now, the 1882. Really isn't surprising how scarce the 1882 is getting. Because when you look at all kinds of figures, mintage, mintage is 1882, mintage is over 8 million. A lot of the coins got melted in all the melts. Did you know that during the 1970s, casinos in Nevada alone melted over 10 million Morgan dollars? 10 million. Private industry has melted millions and millions and millions of silver dollars. The figures we have are just what the government publishes. But private industry, nobody knows. But when we start to look at how few exist, and we get to figures like 1%, well, the reason why 1% is the figure is because there just aren't any coins around 2 grade that are worth grading, that are of sufficient quality. So look at that one right there, $775. And one thing you're going to notice again, buy it now, add it to your cart, or just go away. Don't make me an offer because there isn't any place to make an offer. Take it or leave it. So when you combine everything, the great discovery of silver, mandated by Congress to supply the U.S. Treasury Department with 2 to 4 million ounces a month. That was in 1878. The rush on silver dollars that took place in the 20th century, directly at the Treasury Department in Washington, D.C., which was responsible for nearly 500 million Morgan dollars being released into circulation. Countless other melts. Then you begin to add it all up and you say to yourself, wow, there are nowhere near as many silver dollars as we all thought. And then, in uncirculated condition, well, it's amazing. So the scarcity of the Morgan dollar, I'll say it again, in spite of these prices that I'm showing you, some almost $800 for an 1882S, has not reached its apex because people all over the world are beginning to understand that when you want to put a collection like this together of 5 of the nicest in the first S-Mint Morgan dollars, high quality is the watchword. Quality matters on merchandise like this. This is what it's all about. But to get this type of quality, you got to go through a lot of coins. And that's where we shine because we buy coins. We buy coins in quantity. We don't make a phone call to somebody and say, hey, can you front me some Morgan dollars of these grades so I can put them on my display and sell coins? No, we know what every coin looks like in our vault. And there is a quality control here that is second to none. There's nobody who can compete with the numismatic knowledge that we have. And I'm going to say it again, $449 for the set of 5. That's not even $90 a coin, $89.80 per coin. Uncirculated. Folks, all of these right here are all almost uncirculated coins, and the least expensive one I could find, I think, was $113 for the ADS. Collecting Morgan dollars really is a lot of fun. The most fun in coin collecting is when you find that great addition to your coin collection, and you open up that package, or maybe you're at a coin show and you see it, and the wow factor is the first thing to hit you. Because every one of our coins in our coin collection, when you show your coin collection to somebody else, you want that wow factor. It happens all the time with the Morgan dollar. This collection right here, everybody on the set, when I showed them this set, the wow factor everywhere. Because these are some of the most beautiful coins you're ever going to get an opportunity to own from the San Francisco Mint. I got to move this along, ladies and gentlemen. I mean, you could just get lost in Morgan dollars, but I invite you, because as we start to discover this great collection of silver dollars, we are going to bring to our show some fantastic coins from the San Francisco Mint. I can tell you it's going to be something you're going to want to wait for eagerly. But to start off, we have these first 5, or an individual 1881S, $59 for a real uncirculated Morgan dollar. 1879 through 1881, $229, folks. When was the last time you bought a real uncirculated Morgan dollar for less than 80 bucks? $76 a coin, $229 for the three, 1879 through 1881. Or the complete collection of the first five, 1878 through 1882. 1878, the first year, key date. 1882, taking over the world. 1879S. Hey, that's always a great value when you can find it at the kind of price that we're offering it at. I gotta go, though. I wish I could stay. I gotta tell you, the Morgan dollar deserves so much to be said about it. And you know when they say that a picture is worth 1,000 words? Just remember this one, okay? Remember this collection right here. Now, you could choose just the 1881S for $59, or you could choose the 1879 through 1881, the three coins, for $229, or all five, the 78 through 1882, all from San Francisco, for $449. And the five comes in the box that you see right here. And every coin, whether it be individual or the three, comes in a capsule and a pouch. But if it's quality you're after, I can guarantee it. I want to thank you all for watching this presentation of Morgan Dollars. I want to invite you to stay tuned to Rare Collectibles TV, and I hope to see you soon. Thanks for watching.
The San Francisco U.S. Mint was built to accommodate the massive amount of minerals coming from the Comstock lode, which is located in western Nevada. Now, the gold rush of 1849 is credited with putting San Francisco and California on the map. But the Comstock lode, discovered a decade later in 1859, actually produced 10 times the wealth of the gold rush. And so the government needed a place to process all of that mineral wealth. It needed to be able to mint coins and bullions as well as silver coins and bullion. And so it decided to build it here in downtown San Francisco, which at that time was the largest city on the West Coast, in fact, really west of the Rocky Mountains. And so when it was constructed in 1874, it was supplied with the latest in steam-powered equipment to grind the ore down, to smelt it into pure metals, and then to create gold coins and silver coins and bullion and so forth. During its operation, it coined over $750 million in gold and silver coins. And there was a period when it held a third of all the gold reserves in the United States, making it the Fort Knox of the West. The building was so grand and was so revered here in San Francisco that it became affectionately known as the Granite Lady. And when you stand outside and look at that facade of granite and sandstone, you can see that it gave San Franciscans a sense that this was going to grow into a world-class city, which of course it did.
Coin guys here.
That's us, the coin guys, Rick and
Jack
Jack.
and Rick.
Yeah.
How you doing, folks? We like to get together, Jack and I, when we have something really, really special. I mean, seriously, I mean, if we don't have a coin that's really cool, that we think is a tremendous opportunity for our clients, it's kind of like, no, we don't really want to come up here and offer you something that we really don't believe in. That,
Right.
from our experience, I've been doing this about 35 years. Jack, you've been doing it for like 40 years.
Yeah, professionally. Professionally,
That was a joke, Jack.
No, I know it's a joke, but professionally, I've been doing it 15 years.
You have been.
And as a collector,
Yes.
albeit when I was 5 or 6 years old, I was a novice, but I've been doing it a while.
For our newer viewers, Jack, it used to be you were a buyer at Stack's.
Yep, probably the busiest counter in a coin store anywhere in the world.
Is I believe, the oldest living auction house today. In
Yeah,
operation
in the
today.
US, yeah, in the
they
US.
started out in the 1930s.
30s, yeah.
They're
long time.
out of New York.
Yep.
They're among the most respected auction houses in the country, especially if you have numismatic coins.
Oh, yeah.
And you were with them for what, about 7-8 years?
Yep.
So you've got a great background.
I've seen a lot of
You've
coins
got
there.
to handle some of the most amazing coins.
Oh yeah, I've seen 1913 nickel, 1894 S dime. I
The
mean,
most
$1 million coins.
amazing coin, Jack, was, I never got to handle it, the first, what they believe is the first silver dollar ever struck.
1794 silver dollar that they argue
Imagine
is the
that.
first silver dollar struck
And
by
they
the U.S.
think it was,
Mint.
it was a specimen 66, I believe, was
It's
the
a
grade.
remarkable coin. It's something special. You could tell it wasn't just a business strike.
Right.
There was a lot of care taken to make that coin.
The first silver dollar ever struck, I believe the coin sold for over $10 million.
Yep, its most recent sale was over $10 million. Absolutely.
So, and I've specialized in silver dollars. I put together the #1 finest proof Morgan collection for
Beautiful
for
coins.
clients over the years.
I've seen a lot of those coins.
But what we have today, we also love gold.
Yes.
I love the gold double eagles, as do you,
Mm-hmm.
because, well, for a couple of reasons. #1, it's the largest gold coin ever struck by the U.S. Mint for Commerce.
Right.
And there's a pictorial there of all the different sizes of denominations of gold coins struck by the U.S. Mint since its inception. On the far left, you've got a $1 gold piece.
Right.
$1 gold piece. And then you have a $2.50, which they call a quarter eagle.
Right.
And there, interestingly, Jack.
Yeah, we've got some unusual denominations
yes,
here now.
$3 gold piece, which was struck for a
$3.
very short time.
Yeah, that's a rare coin.
Very rare coin, very valuable coin. And then a $4 gold piece, which is even more.
Very rare coin.
And there's a special name they gave that.
Right, that's the Stella.
That's
collect on the Stella.
The Stella, folks. And remember that. It's a very short-lived, very, I mean, if you can, if
Only
you
made it
own
for
one
2
of those,
years.
yeah, if you own one of those, you've got something worth hundreds of thousands of dollars.
Right.
And then you've got the half eagle, $5 gold piece. And then you have the $10 gold piece, referred to as the eagle,
Right.
because initially when our country first started striking gold coins, the $10 eagle was the largest denomination.
Right. They first started making them in 1796, and they wanted to have a name for this, benchmark of our coinage, that largest gold
Right.
coin, and they decided to call it an eagle.
So there, and that was true through 1850 when they started striking the double eagle. And the double eagle came about, because of discovery of gold in
Right, the
California.
gold rush, absolutely.
The gold rush, and all of a sudden our country had all this gold, and the banks were thrilled with the idea of being able to get a larger gold coin. The banks on the East Coast, because up until that point, folks, they were actually the United States banks were actually using a lot of foreign gold of larger denominations for their big transactions, just because it's easier, And we didn't have a $20 gold piece, so now we had all this gold, and we were able to strike double eagles.
Right.
And the most valuable double eagle of all is in the Smithsonian. We've shown
Right.
pictures of it before. They struck 2 examples.
1849.
1849.
One is
Folks,
no longer.
Jack, I'm not supposed to do this, but I'm going to do this right now because
Where do you go?
it's very important. I'm back here. It's very important to make a point. They only struck 2 examples. The other one is not accounted for. This is
Yeah.
the one residing in the Smithsonian.
Yeah, exactly. We're all pretty confident the other one has been melted,
Yes.
a very, very long time ago.
And one of the important lessons here in showing this coin to our viewers, or showing the picture, you actually got to see the coin. You were there, and you
Yep.
took a picture of it.
Yep.
Folks, take a look at this photo once again of this. They only struck 2 examples. Only 2 were struck, and yet, when you look at the obverse of this coin at around 7, 8 o'clock in the field, you'll see 3 very deep and obvious rim, what they call reading marks or rim dings. In other words, the rim of another coin, the other coin struck, hitting the surface of this example you see here. Now, originally, I figured with marks that deep, it's probably about an MS-63 coin. And the point of all this is these large double eagles. They're very large, very heavy coins. The double eagle, folks, is about 25% heavier than a Morgan dollar or a peace dollar, and it's a very soft metal.
Right.
And Jack showed me the actual picture he took.
Yeah, I took a picture just with my phone, just as a tourist. And
and it was great because when I saw your picture, there were actually, you could see all kinds of cleaning lines on the coin. So it was obviously lightly cleaned at one point. So it's probably just an MS-61 or something.
Yeah, they probably.
Today.
I'm guessing they'd call it Proof 61,
but it's still worth 25 million, 50. Who knows?
Yeah,
I mean, the Smithsonian is not going to sell it.
No.
So. The double eagle is kind of the crown jewel of U.S. numismatics.
Absolutely.
But another reason we're interested in the double eagles is that in mint state, uncirculated mint state condition, these coins are at historically low premiums for their bullion value. What I mean by that is that, for example, Jack, about 20 years ago, I had a Liberty double eagle. It was in MS-63 condition. Gold at the time was about $400 an ounce. I sold it to a dealer for around $3,500, $3,600. He probably sold it to his client for about $4,000. So it went for about 10 times its bullion value. And this is a common date. It was it was not a rare date. It was one of the most common dates. About 10 times its bullion value in MS-63 condition. Today, Jack, we've got a rare date double eagle,
Right.
that we're offering for less than twice its bullion.
Right.
This is a window of opportunity, folks, for the collector of today. And we have got from an incredible collection some very rare San Francisco Mint issues in uncirculated condition. Now, first of all, to get any double eagle in uncirculated condition is difficult. Kim's got a chart here showing you the total mintage of the double eagles that we have for today. Today, folks, we've got some very, very special St. Gaudens double eagles. For the entire series, the U.S. Mint struck just over 70 million examples. Now, interestingly enough, Jack, here you had the St. Gaudens double eagle. That was the spark for the creation of that coin was Teddy Roosevelt, our president in 1903, 1904, and he believed we should have some beautiful coins that had offered classic beauty that represented the great country that we were.
Right.
And so we managed to contract Augustus St. Gaudens, who never wanted to work for the U.S. Mint again, and that's for another presentation. But we were able to get his services to design this beautiful St. Gaudens double eagle. And then a few decades later, his cousin, Franklin Roosevelt, passed legislation to make ownership of the coins illegal. All right? And so everybody
That is pretty ironic, isn't it?
Yes, it is. It's amazing. And folks, think about that. You could no longer own these. Now you could own up to like $100 worth of gold or something, one or two coins.
I think as a coin collector, you could own 2 examples of any particular date.
Yeah,
there was a little bit of a wiggle room if you're a collector, but most people were not hardcore collectors, and they got scared and they melted them.
You had all these people who were turning their gold coins in, their double eagles, into the U.S. Treasury.
Right.
In exchange for paper money, which nobody wanted because there were, this is during the Depression, banks were going under left and right.
Right.
And then the Treasury was taking these St. Gaudens and Liberty Double Eagles, many of which were the inspiration of Teddy Roosevelt, his dear departed cousin, and they were melting them down.
Yeah.
They estimated, what, like 39% of the total miniatures melted down?
Is a huge,
something like
huge
that.
amount, yeah.
So take a look at this chart, folks. So they struck about 70 million, maybe 45 million, 50 million have survived. Of those, only about 2.5% have been certified in uncirculated condition, and that's MS60 or higher. And remember at the beginning of the presentation when I showed you the 1849, how it was only 2 were struck, and yet it had all kinds of bag marks, probably no better than an MS61, MS62 grade. Most of these surviving examples are very low grade. Now, that only tells you a part of the picture, though, because here you have 2.6%. That's a small percentage. However, there are 51 different dates and mint marks in the series.
Right.
About 2/3 of that total, that 1.8 million, come from 3 dates.
Right.
The 1908, the 1924, and the 1927 account for about 2/3 of that total uncirculated population.
Right.
And Kim here has the chart that we really want you to see. And this breaks it down where you see the total certified in uncirculated mint state condition. And as far as MS69s, the only MS69 I'm aware of was 1908s. They haven't graded any 24Ps or 27Ps.
Yeah, I think there was a couple from that Wells Fargo one.
Yeah,
That's
yeah.
about it, though.
Some of these dates...
Most dates, they're not anywhere close to 69 that exist
close.
at all.
Those 3 dates you see at the top. Recently, Jack, I was able to offer a 22P, a much rarer date.
Yeah.
In MS64.
Much rarer,
Folks,
yeah.
we sold out in a couple days, a 22P. Today, we have the perfect pair, San Francisco Mint issues. And there are so few of these. You know, the branch mints are so elusive in mint state condition, both the Denver and the San Francisco mint issues, Jack.
Yeah.
Here you see the total certified in uncirculated condition. Only 41,000 for the 14S, just over 30,000 for the 15S. And that's in mint state 60 and higher condition.
Right.
What we have today, folks, are some of the finest surviving examples. Because we don't have these in MS60, obviously, or 61 or 62, which is not a bad grade, or 63, which is a very good grade. We have these in extraordinary MS64 condition. This is an amazing collection of these 2. We're calling them the perfect pair because here you have the 14S and the 15S branch mints in superb condition. If we can get some close-ups of these, Kim, this is just absolutely breathtaking. Here's the first date in our perfect pair, 14S, extraordinary MS64. And this is what I love about being able to do this on TV, Jack, is that the viewers get to see the coin as it truly is. You can go on the internet and look around and, boy, almost everything, I would say everything you see is Photoshopped to some degree.
Right.
Here, Kim is showing you, she's tilting the coin around. You can see every little aspect of the coin. And you see the mint mark there. The mint mark is so tiny, Jack.
Yeah, exactly. I think they pulled the die punch from a dime. It's a little tiny little S mint mark.
Folks, the mint mark isn't below the date there. It's right there where Kim's pointing. It's the tiny little S.
Right.
And you have the initials AW at the not AW.
A&W root beer?
I was thinking Adolf Weinman.
Yeah.
That's not Adolf Weinman.
No, that's the Augustus St. Gaudens.
That's right.
It's a monogram of the ASG, Augustus St. Gaudens. And I had a lot of people when I worked in Stax come in and ask me, what mint mark is it? It has a mint mark. And I said, no, that's not the mint mark. That's the designer's initials. Augustus St. Gaudens, as was customary, signed his work.
And here, one of the things my viewers have heard me say before, it's one of the coin designs where the reverse is as beautiful as the obverse. It's the most beautiful American eagle in full flight. It's just so majestic, so inspirational. The rays of the sun behind, in God we trust below. It's an absolute work of art. And again, as Kim tilts it around, you can see the luster, how so few marks there are. It's, you know, just a couple tiny little abrasions, and they're all struck for commerce. And now we're going to look at the 1915s. They were struck for commerce. They were, folks, these large, heavy coins, heavier than a Morgan or Peace dollar, were dumped into bins, one falling on top of another. They went through coin counting machines, dumped into bags, thrown onto a train where they traveled across country to banks on the East Coast. And Jack, to this day, I ask myself, how does a coin this size, this heavy, knowing how they were treated, survive in the condition you're looking at now, folks?
Yeah. And it's
so
really
close to
important.
perfection.
It's really important to note, you're talking about how big and heavy these are. Besides being extremely dense and heavy, like you said, heavier, much heavier than a silver dollar, even though the diameter is a little smaller. This is a really soft metal. Gold is extremely soft. So the amount of pressure it takes for one coin to fall on another that maybe will leave a little ding in a Morgan is going to leave a huge gash in a gold coin like this.
Exactly. Just, you know, take a moment here, folks. It's just such a beautiful coin, and this is one of the reasons they're so popular. And, you know, again, I said, you know, how does a coin, you know, it's a miracle that a coin, this, knowing the treatment it received, this heavy, struck in this kind of metal, survive in this condition. And the answer is very few of them do. And that's why they're as rare as they are today. And this is why we're so excited, because to have these kinds of coins at the prices we have them at today, when, again, premiums years ago above the bullion value were 10 times the bullion value of the coin. And we're offering these coins today, folks. I mean, when gold has been $1,800 an ounce, this is essentially an ounce of gold. This is about 0.97 of an ounce of gold, essentially an ounce of gold. You multiply that by 10 at $1,800 an ounce, that's $18,000. And again, this is not a common date. These are much rarer dates, the 14S and the 15S. Let's price them now, Jack.
Okay.
Okay. The 1914S. We call them the perfect pair. This is the perfect grade. This is a really, really exceptional condition for these rare S mints. Other dealers would be selling these for around $3,500 and above when you get San Francisco Mint issues in this condition. Some of these came from that great European bank hoard, which we spoke of. Again, the European bank hoard, it surfaced not very long ago. We talked about how citizens in the U.S. were required to turn their gold in to the Treasury in exchange for paper money. Well, not everybody did that.
No, some wealthy people.
One enterprising individual had a bunch of double eagles, and he shipped them to a bank in Europe, where they've been stored since the 1930s. A lot of these coins came from that hoard. And we got first pick on some of the finest examples from this European bank hoard. It's an historic hoard, and we've been able to offer double eagle coin values, the likes of which have never been offered in the history of coin TV. And today we have the 1914S's, folks. They're not $4,500 or $3,500. Call in now. And if you do, while we have these, Jack, while we have them, we don't have an unlimited supply. We have approximately 40 of each, approximately. $3,195 is the price you will get one of these 1914S's at. It's $3,195. Remember when I said that we have them for less than double the value of the gold? Again, gold is $1,800 an ounce. That's about $3,600. $3,195. The other half of the perfect pair, the 1915S, even more elusive.
Yeah, low mintage.
Even more elusive. They only struck about 567,000. Again, a lot of them were melted down. How many have survived in MS-64? Also, $3,195. Now, we've got people calling in already. But here's what we're able to do if you get the perfect pair. $3,195 is an incredibly fair and incredibly low price. But we've got a special while we have this group that we acquired. If you get the pair, both the 1914S and the 1915S, Jack, you tell them the price.
Yeah, this is
this is really good. I want to give you the pleasure. This is really.
Yeah,
this is really good.
Yeah, this is right, right? I can say this?
Yes.
Yeah, okay. Once I say it, we can't take it back.
No. You and I, we sat down and said, let's just do it. Let's just do it.
Exactly.
Okay?
Yeah, this is a smoking deal. We're going to do the pair for just $5,995. So less than $3,000 a coin if you can do the pair.
Call in now. We have a limited number of these. Okay, set of 2 sold. If you want to get 2 sets, you can get 2 sets. But $5,995 is obviously our absolute bottom.
And those S-mints always bring more for any.
You can get 3 sets if you want to get 3
any
sets.
Any S-mint double eagle brings more because first off, we talked about the rarity. On top of it,
another set of 2
it's
sold.
so popular among collectors because
another set of 2 sold.
That connection to San Francisco, the 49ers,
Jack,
the Gold
2 sets
Rush.
of 2. 2 sets of 2. Congratulations. Yeah. No, any S-mint is a tough coin. Any Denver Mint issue is a tough coin.
Right.
I mean, the Branch Mint, St. Gaudens, the S-mints and the Denver Mint issues are tough in uncirculated condition. And so are most of the Philadelphia Mint issues. I mean, here's
they're all tough. Right.
They're all tough.
But another set of always
everybody,
very popular.
for some strange reason, Jack, everybody's getting a set of 2. I don't know why. Why do you think that is?
Yeah, I wonder why.
Here's a 21p. MS61, 21p mintage, 528,000, about that of the 15S.
Pretty similar.
But extremely rare in mint state. But it's over $100,000 in mint state 61. And then you get some of the ultra rare dates, some of the late date issues. They're over $1 million.
Oh yeah.
In just mint state condition. So this is the 14S and the 15S. The perfect pair because we're able to offer this beautiful pair of coins at in a grade of MS64, which is such an extraordinary high grade. We only have 1 open line at this point, folks. I've just been notified we have 1 open line if you've been trying to get in on this offer for the 1914S and the 1915S in the extraordinary grade of MS64. Now, if you've just tuned in, Kim, we had that one chart where we showed the total number of certified with the most common dates there. The ranking. Again, folks, about 1.8, 1.9 million St. Gaudens Double Eagles in the entire series have been certified mint state when you add them all up for the entire series. However, about 2/3 of that 1.8, 1.9 million are accounted for by just 3 dates. The 3 dates you see at the top there, the 1908P, no motto, the 24P, and the 27P.
Right.
Those 3 dates alone account for over 1.1 million of the 1.8, 1.9 million coins, about 2/3 of just those 3 dates. Once you get beyond those 3 dates, they get really tough. Yeah, now, one thing I do want to say, this is not to say that the 08P or the 24P are not good coins to buy.
Yeah, especially when you get to higher grades.
When you get them in the higher grades.
Gem 65 coins.
The 08Ps, when we can find those in MS65, we love to get those. We love to offer those. They've been rising in value, Jack, since we last offered those in MS65. The 24Ps we've been able to offer in 6.5 and in 6.6. When you see us offer these dates at the top in 6.5 and especially in 6.6 in the future, jump on it because, again, these kinds of minimal premiums are available for this very small window of opportunity when we have these coins coming from this European bank hoard. This hoard is drying up very, very quickly.
Yeah.
Today we have the coins you see at the bottom, the 14S and the 15S, in all grades of mint state. This is not the MS64 population. This is for MS60, uncirculated MS60 in higher condition. Only 41,000 for the 14S and 30,000 for the 15S. And then you get to the MS64 grade, you're only talking about 10,000 coins for each of the years in MS-64. And here we have them. One more hand shot. We have a limited number of each date, only about 40 of each in MS-64 condition. The perfect pair, these San Francisco Mint issues. To get them, we've had them in MS-63 before. I've been able to offer a few in MS-65s. The premium really jumps in when you get to MS-65s. MS-64s, to be able to get these for under $3,000 in MS-64, which is the price you're getting them for when you get the pair. As Jack said, you get the pair, they're only $5,995. But only as long as we have this particular group of 14Ss and 15Ss.
Right.
We bought these as
we bought this big group from that European bank hoard. There's a little mix of some from the San Francisco group too, and it's once these are gone, we're not going to be able to do these prices again. They're just too hard to get these coins.
Yeah, these deals that are coming out. The quotes we're getting now for a lot of the coins we sold like a couple months ago, the quotes we're getting now in a lot of cases are $50 and $100 higher than
right.
Than the last group, than the last acquisition.
And MS-64 for a scarcer date like this, a rarer date, for either of these dates here, 14S and 15S, MS-64 is a lot of bang for the buck. You're getting a coin that's a virtual gem, borderline gem coin, for much less than you'd have to pay to get that MS-65 gem grade. So it's a really great grade, I think.
Jack, the 6.4s we've selected here, folks, we select all of these. We're really careful. We review all the coins. Okay, if we're getting 64s, they're going to be really nice 64s. And indeed, I've seen 6.5s, Jack, that do not look as nice.
Right.
At shows that do not look as nice as the 64s we're showing you here today, folks.
Right. Oh yeah, I always end up kicking them out when they have copper spots and some kind of
they'll have all,
debris and crap on the coins.
Especially on the high points, they'll have heavy scuffs over Liberty's breast and over her leg there. Deep rim dings.
Especially those copper spots too. Even in these grades, those dark orange, black spots. Ugh.
Well, let's give the viewers again one last hand shot of the 14S, a close-up, just a work of art. Look at this. Here, this is a close-up, folks, and we've got strong lights here in the studio, and the coin, looks like it was hand-picked. And again, folks, these just received the routine treatment at the Mint. They were dumped into bins, these large, heavy coins.
Yeah, this isn't like a modern proof Silver Eagle or something where they have gloves and special handling and it goes into a capsule. These were tossed in a bag.
This is why they are so rare and so valuable, why they have so much future potential, because of their rarity and the condition you see these in. These coins that are now over 100 years old. And there's a 14S. One half of the perfect pair. We're going to close and we're going to show you a hand shot of one of the 15Ss. Again, they could easily pass for MS-65s. They could easily pass for MS-65s. To offer the pair for only $5,995, these better date S-mints on Rick's U.S. Coin Show, compliments of Jack and Rick, the coin guys. A lot of folks still calling in. We're going to close it right here because, again, we started out with about 40 of each. I'm not sure how many we have left, Jack. This is one of those items that we will be able to offer for, I don't know, maybe just a couple days, and we'll be gone. So we want to thank you for watching this presentation. It's all about the coin. And here you've got one of the most prestigious series in U.S. numismatics, Liberty and St. Gaudens Double Eagle. A better date, San Francisco Mint issues, branch mints.
Yes.
14S and the 15S. Stunning coins, eye appeal, incredible quality, tremendous rarity. Gold, the largest gold coin ever struck for commerce by the U.S. Mint, and at a historic low premium over the value of the bullion content. This is the time to get an opportunity that comes this way maybe once in a generation. Hope you take advantage of it. You know, we're a little different, Jack. We are a little different. We're really information based. We try and educate our viewers about numismatics as best we're able. We're always we welcome all the feedback. We get a lot of nice things said. We thank you for all the compliments, but also if there's something we can improve on, we're always happy to get the feedback from our viewers.
Right.
You know, we can always do better.
Yeah, we want to be the best we can be.
Exactly. We want to be the best we can be. We want to be able to offer you the best coins possible, the coins with the greatest future potential. And that's what we're doing right now with this 14S and these 15Ss. Thanks for watching from Jack and I. I'm Rick.
Jack McNamara.
The Coin Guys.
Yeah, that's us, Coin Guys.
Please stay tuned for our next presentation. We've got another great U.S. rarity coming right up. We haven't given a presentation on these coins, Jack, in about 6 years.
Yeah, it's been a while.
6 years.
Is it that long? Wow.
Getting almost.
Flies, yeah.
These coins are so special. These are among my favorite United States coins because they were struck. We're talking about an early era. This is before the steam press.
Right. Yeah, let alone electricity, hydraulics, lasers, computers.
I like
this
to call,
was before steam.
Right. I like to call this the Birth of Our Nation series.
Right.
Because this is the very earliest era in U.S. coin production when they were using what they called the screw press.
Right. Manual labor.
The screw press. Now the screw press. Now Jack, you actually handled. In your hands, you had the very first silver dollar struck in 1794. That was struck during the screw press era.
Right. This was the earliest days of the mint. This particular coin is believed to be the first silver dollar struck by the U.S. Mint. It's a spectacular coin.
It's valued in the tens of millions of dollars.
Yeah, it's a coin that when you see this coin, you just know that this is not made under normal circumstances. You know, with the technology of the day, they made a coin that looks like a proof coin, and that just shouldn't be. That just shouldn't be the case. It's a phenomenal coin.
Well, this can't be a very long presentation, folks, because we don't have very many of these coins. What we have are some cap bust tabs struck between 1829 and 1836 during the screw press era in extra fine 40 condition, meaning they were in circulation for a few months.
Yeah.
And they were pulled out of circulation. This was about, almost 200 years ago now.
Right.
Pulled out of circulation and stored somewhere to survive in extra fine 40 condition. These are sensational, folks. They're so lightly worn. And they're all problem-free because, so often, Jack, over the centuries, really, the coins can get cleaned or damaged in some way. And most of the coins, there are so few survivors like this, as you see right here. And they're such a great, great price. Yeah. This is sensational. Here, Jack, this is cool.
That's more typical.
Folks,
I love that coin.
Nobody collected these. Nobody saved these. $50 back then was a heck of a lot of money.
Yeah.
For something that survived, barely circulated. Here's one that Jack has that's more typical of what you would find surviving from this era. And this is amazing because I've got a Franklin $50, and you compare the width of the two coins. You can see how worn,
it's so worn down.
From decades and decades and decades of wear. What's interesting also, though, is the diameter of these coins are slightly greater than the Franklin Kennedy $50 that followed. So they're larger coins. They're larger coins. To find one with so little wear, here's one, for example, like we have here, extra fine 40, but Jack, it says corroded, cleaned, details.
And that's the thing too, you know, like you're saying, Rick, at this point in the 1820s, 1830s, there weren't coin collectors. 50
Right.
cents was a ton of money. Nobody's putting this
Yeah.
away. Most of these coins, if they were lucky enough to survive with a minimal amount of wear, you know, 100 years ago, if somebody found one of these coins, people didn't know like they do today. Don't
Exactly.
clean your coins.
Exactly.
They weren't a collector. They just found it in a drawer or something their grandfather had, and it's, you know, say 1920 or 1930. They're like, oh, look at this old coin. Let me polish it up to see what it looks like. You know?
Jack, this is exactly what I was collecting Washington quarters as a kid, and you get them and you're changing them, they're all dirty. So I got this book on how to clean your coins. You know, you use baking soda and stuff, and they were so shiny.
Right.
But yeah,
But they
what
were
I
ruined.
did, but they were ruined.
Right.
You know, but if we could zoom in any closer on this, and maybe they could see the cleaning on this. You know, it's just typical.
And you can see those.
There you go. There you go.
Those parallel.
those horizontal lines.
Yep, all around the date there.
You could see somebody was cleaning it, polishing it.
Something abrasive. Like you
Yeah.
said, it could have been baking soda, could have been some kind of a scouring pad, but that's damage. That's not what we want as collectors. We want our coins
Folks,
original.
in the condition we've shown you these coins, problem-free, extra fine 40 condition. Take a look at these population charts. This is how rare these coins are. Fewer than 10,000 have been certified in all grades.
All grades, right.
All grades for the dates we have for you today. All grades. Now, to put that in perspective, we've got the population chart for the rarest Morgan dollar in the Morgan dollar series in all grades, the 1893S, where they've graded about 10,000 examples. Here's the cool thing, 1893S Morgan dollar. I mean, we could fill our stand with 1893S Morgan dollars in good to extra fine condition, and they sell for $5,000 to $10,000 and more in good to extra fine condition. Extra fine I've seen for $15,000 to $20,000. They'd be easy to get. Getting these coins that we have here, folks, is so much more difficult, as you can see by the population numbers, because these are extra fine 40. They're hard to find. They're really, really tough to find. Now, this is the screw press era. This is what's so fascinating, because this was before they used steam. Jack has some pictures of some screw presses that they used back in the day. This is so cool. When you consider, Jack, back during the Roman times, the Greek times, you know, back in when they made ancients, where they used a hammer to strike coins. They really hadn't advanced much in 2,000 years. They went from a hammer to this screw press to create these coins. This is what
Right, I have one
this is
here.
what they call making coins the real old-fashioned way.
Here's a book about the history of the U.S. Mint. Here, this is a good one too. I like this one. You see this guy just cranking this giant screw.
To make one coin, just to make one coin. You know, once they got to the steam press era in the late 1830s, with the new steam presses, folks, they could strike over 100 coins a minute, and they were well struck.
Right.
You know, the steam press revolutionized coin making. So these coins, to make these coins, was truly a labor, lot of labor to make a single coin.
Yeah.
And there are so few survivors, as you can see, they're in extra fine 40 condition. You know, and when you see these listed, here's one, extra fine details, improperly cleaned. This is a dealer, a 99.9% positive feedback, over 34,000 happy customers, okay? Extra fine details, improperly cleaned, okay? We're not giving you anything that we would call a problem coin. All of our coins are problem-free. They're not cleaned, they're not details, they're not whizzed. $324. Do we have any other comps, Sasha? Again, we can't spend too much time on this, folks, because we don't have that many of these. Rare coin, there's one for $350, ungraded though, you know. So, Jack, and so many of these are cleaned. When you get on, you know, so many the majority are cleaned. That one looks like it's maybe a fine to very
Yeah, I
fine.
would say about a very fine 20.
For $277. Yeah, that's like Jack says, about a very fine 20.
Here's a VF30.
VF30 details. Details meaning it's been cleaned in some way.
Yeah, damaged and cleaned.
Damaged and cleaned for a couple $1,000s.
There's a graffiti. I mean, somebody carved their initials or
Yeah,
scratched something
exactly.
into
Very
the
fine
coin.
30 for a couple $1,000s. Very fine 30, cleaned, retoned, details, $300. Folks, I hope you get the point. Now, one of the unique features of these early cap bust halves is they did not have a reeded edge.
Right.
They did not have a reeded edge. Now, one of the problems they had back in those early times is they had to put something around the rim, because what people would do was file away a little bit of the
Yeah, they'd
silver
clip a
around the
little,
rim,
right.
and you file a little away of this coin, and it'll file a little away of the next coin, and you accumulate silver that way, and the coins would get smaller and smaller.
Right.
So what they had in these early years, they didn't have a reeded edge. They had what they called the lettered edge, and Jack got a great picture of this. This is really cool,
A
folks.
few pictures too.
You could say 50.
Right, 50 cents or half a dollar.
And that's what it says on every coin.
Yep.
50 cents or half a dollar. So you would look around the rim of the coin, and if it didn't say 50 cents or half a dollar around the rim of the coin, you know it had been filed down. Now, of course, the penalties were extremely severe for doing that.
Right.
Yeah, I mean, you face prison time, folks, for doing that. So all these coins have this lettered edge from this screw press era. Folks, if you just want one coin, we're going to get to the price right away here. We've got the 1834. Take a look at this piece. Folks, we've got them for only $299 a coin. $299 a coin. Look at this piece. So lightly, I love it in this condition, Jack, because again, it's so lightly circulated. You see virtually all the detail. It's just incredible.
Exactly. Extremely fine condition is going to have all of the major details. It's just a little bit of wear, at the highest points of the coin.
The reverse of the eagle. You see all the feathers.
Right. You can see the feather details. You can see all the, the detail in the leaves there in that olive branch. On the obverse, you see the ringlets in the hair and the curls in the hair.
Jack and I, we bought a small collection of these. We offer up to 5 different dates. The second date we have is even rarer than the 1834. It's the 1832. Even rarer. But if you want to get a 2-coin set, you can get the 1834 and the 1832, but you get it, the 1832 at the same 1834 price, $299. So you get the pair, folks, an extra fine 40 for only $598. Look at this piece. I love these early screw press era cap bust half dollars. And then we have the 3-coin set where we include the 1833, which is even more elusive. Only around 4,900 examples certified, folks, in all grades. That's 4,900 examples certified in all grades, and these are exceptional extra fine 40 examples. Only $897. Again, that's $299 a coin. You get so much eye appeal, so much quality, and so much rarity. And again, folks, we could fill this stand up with 1893s Morgan dollars, sell them for $5,000 to $10,000 a coin. There would be a lot. Jack.
And what do we say in all grades? There's about 10,000 of those graded, right?
There are about 10,000 of those graded. They'd be much easier for you to find than these coins that we have here.
They'd cost a lot more money.
And they would cost a lot. We'd make a lot more money selling those.
Right.
But these offer such great. I mean, if you're a collector who just wants to own something really cool, something really rare in exceptional condition for a modest amount of money, this is a great collector special that we have here for you. And then we go to the set of 5, where we've got the 1834, 1832, 1833. And then you're going to get a 4th coin, but the 5th coin in the set will include an 1829. You could get an 1836 or an 1835 or an 1830 as the 4th coin, but the 5th coin will also be an 1829. You'll get a coin in the 1820s.
And that coin also has a much lower pop, additionally.
And that is extremely scarce, only around 4,500 coins certified in all grades. And again, you're going to get an extra fine 40, which is a very, very high grade for these early cap bust halves, because these coins were heavily used in commerce. Again, Jack, has this example. I mean, this is the typical quality you find from these coins. For a coin to survive extra fine 40, folks, it was only in commerce. It was only being used in commerce for a few months. And for some reason, it was put away somewhere and sat in a drawer for, almost 200 years in undamaged condition. And this is why they are as rare as they are. You get the entire 5-coin set for $1,495.
I love this set. I love the early U.S. coins. I mean, I collect colonial coins. A lot of these coins from this era are really crudely made.
That's what you got started at.
Yeah, crudely made, crudely designed. They didn't have, like we talked about, the technology they have today to make these perfect coins. We're used to proof silver eagles and proof gold eagles. These coins
that's
that
such
are
a great
so
point. Yeah.
perfect.
Yeah.
Back then, this is pretty close to perfect for what these coins come with.
This is like state of the art.
Yeah. I mean, they're using a manual labor. I mean, you can imagine the strikes are not that strong as current strikes. I mean, by the end of the day, what's this guy's arms like trying to turn this giant screw press and make these coins?
Yeah.
So I love it's such a piece of history. I mean, I hold these coins and I look at them and I think about who held these coins? What was going on at this time? Like you said, it's almost 200 years old now.
Well, that's exactly it. To survive in a lightly circulated condition, without any problems, without being cleaned or whizzed or pitted, or damaged in any way. This is why they are as rare as they are. Again, if you've just tuned in, we have these up to five different years we can offer. And they're only $299 a coin. When you look at the population table here, you can see how rare these are in certified condition. Most of the coins you see listed when you look on eBay will say something like XF details.
Right.
If it's XF details, it's not included in the population total.
Right.
Most of the examples, like this coin you see right here.
Right. If it's details graded, it means it's ungradable because there's a problem with it. They still put it in a holder like you see here.
It has
so
extra
it's
fine
authentic.
details. It's extra fine details.
Right. Which means if it wasn't damaged, it would be an XF40 or 45 coin.
Right.
But they're saying, this coin's got a problem. It's not worth nearly as much. This is a coin that collectors really don't want.
And it tells you what the problem is right there. In this case, improperly cleaned.
Right.
And this dealer still wants $324 for the coin.
Right.
Again, ours are problem-free coins, $299. If you just tuned in, you can own one of these for only $299. Again, you can see how rare they are. We have a limited number of these. This is why it's going to be a short presentation. Right. It's been almost 6 years since Jack and I have been able to offer these exceptional cap bust halves from the screw press era.
Right.
This is the pre-steam press era coins, when coins were truly made the old-fashioned way.
Yes. And like you said, only $299 a coin. And what we did here is, if you get 1 coin, 2 coins, 3 coins, or that 5-coin set.
Jack, we just sold 3 sets of 5 for $14.95 to one individual. So that takes away a lot of our inventory.
If you get the 1, 2, 3, 5-coin set, it's still $299 a coin. But the bigger set you get, the increasing rarity you get. We're giving you rarer and rarer coins in each set, but we're not raising the price, which is normally what you expect. But we're able to, the way we did this deal and the way we bought this group, we're able to hold the price down so that even as you get those increasingly rare coins, you're getting it for that same $2.99 a coin, up to that $14.95. It's only $2.99.
In other words, if you just buy the 1 coin, the 1834, that's a rare coin. They've only graded around 7,900 examples. It's rarer than an 1893S in certified condition. 1834, only 7,900 graded. It's only $299. But if you get the 5-coin set, that 5th coin is the 1829 with only 4,489 coins graded, almost twice as rare, for the same price.
Right.
All 5 coins for $299 a coin in extra fine 40 condition, problem-free.
This is one of those things, like Rick said, we haven't offered this in about 6 years. If we ever do offer this again, I'd be shocked if it wasn't about $3.49 a coin, something like that.
Or $3.95 a coin.
Yeah, or $3.95 a coin easily.
You just acquired this deal, and it's a great little deal. We haven't had a deal like this in so many years.
And these coins are so tough. And you know what? I just remembered a funny story from when I was at Stax. So, Stax, obviously, Midtown Manhattan.
Yeah.
Probably one of the biggest counters of any coin store anywhere, right? So we had a dealer who specialized in early U.S. coins, call. And me and my friend still always laugh about this. And this guy calls up and says, "Hey, can you guys do me a favor? You know, I want to buy all of your bust halves that you buy in the store." And we're like, you know, these guys think like,
Right.
I probably see one coin a month, and it's got a hole in it, or it's slick like the one you showed, or it's clean.
Oh, yeah, a lot of them have holes in it because they hung around their neck.
I mean, of the thousands and thousands and thousands and thousands of coins that we bought every month, I'd see like one bust half, and it was not XF.
Right, exactly.
You know? It was not a coin like this.
Or it was clean or whizzed.
Yeah,
I mean,
exactly.
they're so rare, as you can see by those population numbers, folks. They are such a great value. This is a cherry picker's special of the highest caliber.
Yeah.
I mean, these early coins from the screw press era, our Birth of the Nation series, when we were making the these coins the old-fashioned way in extra fine condition. You know, get the 5-coin set if you can swing it. It's only $1,495. We got a lot of people calling in. I think we'll have to close it about here, Jack, because again, of some of those tougher dates, we only have a handful of some of these rare dates in this group here. So this has been a lot of fun.
Yeah, this is great. I love this series. You know, this is a series I actually have. My grandfather collected bust halves. I have some of his coins still. So it's a series that I really love.
Yeah, I remember extra fine is such a high grade because, you know, I remember when I started collecting, my dad had a small box of coins. He brought it into the kitchen. He opened it up, dumped the coins out, and they were like Barber halves.
Yeah.
You know, Barber halves were struck in the 1890s, early 1900s, but they were in like good condition.
Yeah.
Good condition. They were not very good. They were not fine.
Yeah.
Very fine would have been, wow, holy cow. And here we have these coins struck in the 1820s and 1830s that are in extra fine condition.
Yeah.
We've got two more sets sold. Okay, we've got a lot of folks calling in. We're going to close it right here. Again, this is these cap bust halves from the screw press era. This is the kind of stuff that Jack and I love to offer you folks, our viewers. I mean, it's great to get so many of those great modern coins struck by the U.S. Mint where you get, you know, the ultimate in quality. I mean, the technology today is so advanced, you get perfection.
Right.
You know, you get perfect coins that are in 70 condition. To get an extra fine 40 from this early era, there's no comparison in terms of the rarity. I mean, these are so very, very rare, folks. These are the kind of coins that you want to put away for your kids, your grandkids. There's so much rarity, so much history in these coins.
It's a piece of history, really.
It truly is. The earliest years of our nation here, it's all yours for only $299 a coin. From Jack and I, the coin guys.
Thanks for joining us.
But please stay tuned for our next presentation coming right up, because you never know what we're going to come up with next. Thanks again. Let me tell you about all the different kinds of coins we have on Rick's U.S. Coin Show. Franklin and Kennedy half dollars, Morgan dollars, Peace dollars, St. Gaudens double eagles, cap bust half dollars, Washington quarters, standing Liberty quarters, wheatback Lincoln cents, gold buffaloes, and currency as well. We're always looking for coins with exceptional eye appeal for their date, very high quality for their date, and are rare in the condition they're being offered. A part of the greatest collection of early silver proof half dollars I have ever seen or handled. They are 1953 proof Franklin half dollars. Folks, these coins are extremely rare in any condition. The original total mintage was only 128,800 coins. This is back in 1953, almost 70 years ago. And a majority of that original early mintage has now either perished, coins were melted down for bullion, or they were mishandled so badly as to be almost unrecognizable. Some of them actually came, small portion actually came from this box. This box should be in the Smithsonian. It's the only box I know of. It originally carried 1953 proof sets shipped from the Philadelphia Mint. This is the original box of 50 sets. And I don't know of any box that has survived where 50 sets were shipped directly from the Philadelphia Mint. Folks, this box even has this shipping box to give you an idea of the times. I mean, nowadays, proof coins really are state of the art. But back in these early years at the old Philadelphia Mint, it was like the Dark Ages when it came to making proof coins. There are basically two different kinds of coins struck by the U.S. Mint. There's coins struck for commercial use, which we refer to as mint state coins. Mint state coins are struck in very high numbers for our economy, and they're struck as economically as possible. The coins are struck, they're ejected into bins, they go through coin counting machines, dumped into bags, and they're shipped to banks throughout the country. But there's a second kind of coin that the U.S. Mint has struck since the early 1800s, and mints throughout the world, in fact, and they're referred to as proof coins. Proof coins are meant to represent the state of the art, the finest possible quality the mint's able to produce given the technology of the day. Now, that key phrase, technology of the day, is absolutely critical when it comes to appreciating the quality of these early proof Franklins struck at the Philadelphia Mint. Because the proof technology back then, folks, was really in the dark ages. The technology used during the 1950s at the old Philadelphia Mint was virtually unchanged from the technology that they were using in the 1800s. Now, when you buy a proof coin or a proof set nowadays, you really are getting coins that are state of the art. The technology beginning in the mid-1970s took a huge leap forward with state of the art machining, computerization, and technology and the machines really took over when it came to making proof coins. It was no longer a craft or it was no longer something performed by craftsmen. You look at this 1991 proof set, and they're beautiful, beautiful coins. Deeply mirrored, flawless. In packaging that's inert. The coins are haze-free. But back in this early era, this is why these are vintage era in early proof production. This is what I refer to as the box set era. This is in these earliest years at the Philadelphia Mint. The U.S. Mint actually, when you bought a proof set, they actually shipped it to you, and this is a 1954 box set. And in the box, this is an original box from 1954. I'm going to show you the coins in it in just a minute. This is how they ship the coins. Very primitive, very primitive. This box is something that's, this is a keepsake. You can see the stamp on it. The day it left Philadelphia, December 2nd, 1953. There were 50 original 1953 proof sets in this box, folks. And this is the packaging they used back in 1953. Did they use styrofoam or any, inert packaging? Heck no. They used whatever newspaper was laying around. Here you've got, this is fascinating. I love this stuff. It's the Sunday Bulletin, Philadelphia, Sunday morning, dated November 22nd, 1953. This is the original packaging used for these 50 box sets. And you can see all, it's going back in history, my goodness. It talks about a doctor who scores an ace on the golf course at White Manor Country Club yesterday, scored an ace on the 17th hole. Well, this was November 22nd. I'm thinking, are they playing golf November 22nd in Philadelphia? Anyway, that's a keepsake. This is something that I'm putting away. It's the only one I know of. A set of 50 sets. You look at the mintages. Now, from 1950 to 54, the proof sets were issued in these box sets that I just had shown you. Midway through 1955, they converted to what's called the flat pack. And this is how they were issued from the Philadelphia Mint from mid-1955 through 1964. And then they stopped making proof coins for 3 years, and in 1968 they resumed proof making, but it was at the San Francisco Mint. And that's when they started using this hard plastic packaging. So you look at those mintages. Franklin half dollar struck for commerce in mint state. In 1953, the U.S. Mint struck over 27 million half dollars for commerce. But proof coins, 128,800. And as you can see, just a few years later, by 1957, they had struck over 1.2 million, 10 times the amount that they had struck back in 1953. You see, folks, in those earliest years, we had just come out of World War II as a country. Our entire industrial system had to reorient itself. We had been making military hardware. Now we had to go back to making things for the citizens of our country, you know, cars, refrigerators, TVs. We were in the early stages of a great, great boom in the middle class in those early 1950s. This is when you began to see home ownership, when you began to see families who could own their own car and own their own TV. During that decade of the 50s, you saw tremendous growth in prosperity in that middle class. And so by the early 60s, you look at the mintages. With that growth in the middle class, with that wealth, you saw a lot more people who were able to pursue their passions, like coin collecting. And so you had, in 1963, you had about 30 times more proof sets issued by the U.S. Mint back than 1953. But what is even more important, folks, is the fact that, again, in those early years, that box set era, the technology was so primitive by modern standards. Again, I showed you a 1991 proof set. Nowadays, when you look at the quality of coins that have been certified by NGC, take a look at the very bottom there, the most recent Kennedy half dollars, the 2020s Kennedy half dollar. NGC has graded 196 examples in 6.7, 150 in 6.8, 801 in 6.9, and 5,391 in 70. Flawless. The U.S. Mint truly is state-of-the-art at this point, and when it comes to proof making. These are coins that are perfect to the naked eye. 20 years earlier, 2000, very high quality. The coins would either be generally a 6.9 or 70 in condition. But you get to that earlier year, the Franklin era, 1963 and earlier, you don't see any 70s. They don't exist. 69s, there's really only one date which you can find without too much difficulty. That would be the 1956 Type 2. You get to these early years at the very top, folks. Just finding a 6.7 is extraordinary. The 1950 you see there in proof 68, that's a $30,000 to $40,000 coin. There was one 1952 that we saw listed. Very rare coin, a little bit rarer than the 1953 P&G dealer with almost $8,900. Now, these coins you're looking at, I have these coins today, these 1953s, folks. I have some examples at the very bottom in the generic NGC holder in proof 64 condition. They are $259. Now, you notice I call it the generic NGC holder. When NGC grades coins, this is the holder all the coins go into. But if you're looking for the best, it's the Franklins up above that are in my proprietary Temasca pedigree Franklin We the People holder. This is, in my opinion, the most important advancement in third-party grading in the last 20 years. I have these coins in the We the People holder in proof 65, proof 66, proof 67, and a handful in proof 67 and a handful in proof 68. A few of them actually came from this original box a long, long time ago. I had placed them with a client, and I had just acquired some of those coins back today. Folks, I'd like you to take a look at these three coins I have on display here in the upper right. I've got a Franklin half dollar, Kennedy half dollar, and an Eisenhower dollar in the new NGC Temasca pedigree holders. This is a cooperative effort between NGC and myself. We've been working on this for 2 years. This is truly significant because I have total control over the coins that go into these proprietary holders. These holders were developed, again, between myself and NGC. I'd like you to take a look. These three areas here that I have these proprietary holders: the Franklin half dollar, Kennedy half dollar, and the Eisenhower dollar. As a specialist and lover of Franklin and Kennedy half dollars and Eisenhower dollars since the early 1980s, I've written award-winning books on these coins and assembled many of the finest collections in the world. My clients have received national recognition from NGC and PCGS for the #1 ranked, Morgan dollar set, Proof Barber half dollar set, Franklin half dollar set. In other words, this is my life's work. I've put in the time. I've been in the trenches, studying literally millions of Franklin, Kennedy, Eisenhowers over the decades. And I still study them to this day. Frankly, there's no other individual in the country who knows these coins as well as yours truly. Now, both NGC and PCGS do an excellent job grading Franklin half dollars, Kennedy half dollars, Eisenhower dollars. But as with every series, there are low-end examples of a grade, mid-range examples, and then there are those exceptional specimens for the date and grade. What the Tamaska Pedigree Collection Holder issued by NGC means for you, and this is the key part, I want you to hear this. Along with the books and collections I have assembled for my clients, I decided the best legacy I could leave the collecting community is to earmark those Franklin half dollars, Kennedy half dollars, and Eisenhower dollars that I know from my experience are most exceptional for their date and grade. This distinction is especially important among today's collectors. In every series, there are a lot of coins which may be accurately graded, but are not what one would describe as premium quality in eye appeal or grade. Here's a bicentennial in the NGC generic holder graded 6.9 Ultra Cameo. Now, this is a coin somebody may send me for review. Should it go into a Kennedy Tamaska Pedigree holders? And it would not go into the Pedigree holder because for an Ultra Cameo, it doesn't have the Ultra Cameo I'm looking for that date. And you take a look at it, if you can tilt it around, Sasha, if they can see, it has some cameo contrast. But now I want you to take a look at an example that is in my Tamaska Pedigree holder. There's a world of difference, folks. Your eyes can see the difference. You don't need to be a grading expert to say, yeah, that one really is cameo. It looks a lot nicer than the other example. And that's the whole point. Obverse and reverse. That's what it's all about. Only the finest examples for their date and grade are going into these proprietary holders. And most importantly, NGC is doing us a huge favor by publishing independent population numbers for these coins. So when you look up the 1953 Franklin half dollar on the NGC census, you can find a separate population for the Franklin We the People certified coins, the 1953 Franklins that have been reviewed by me and that have been certified in the Franklin We the People Tamaska holder. I make the call on every Franklin that goes into these exclusive holders, folks, and no one else. It's my reputation on the line. To you, my fellow collectors, I am dedicated to preserving the integrity of this proprietary holder by NGC. My focus is long-term. For the benefit of you and future generations you might pass this coin on to, so that 50, 100, 200 years from now, collectors of future generations who own a Franklin half dollar or a Kennedy half dollar or an Eisenhower dollar in one of these Tamaska Pedigree holders will own a coin that is the acknowledged gold standard for the series. Total number of examples of the 1953 Franklins that I've certified in Proof 67 and Proof 68. And a lot of these came from a collection that I reacquired from a client I had placed them with many decades ago. Again, some of the coins were from this original box a long, long time ago. They're extremely rare. There have been a total of 41 coins certified in Proof 67 and 23 that I've certified in 68. none higher. I can't go too much longer on this presentation because I have a very limited number of these coins in Proof 67 and Proof 68, but there's one comp. This is a dealer with 100% positive feedback, over 4,400 happy customers for a Proof 66. I can't tell the condition of that Proof 66. It looks pretty hazy to me, and he wants $750 for it. And that's the problem with a lot of these early proofs. Take a look at this 1954 in Proof 67. Most of them have haze and toning problems. Now I've cracked this holder open so you can see the haze a little bit more clearly. You can see all that toning over the surface of the coin. Now again, this is why I call this the box set era, and why it makes such a big difference in the quality of coins that have survived in this early era. This 1953 set we've got here, this original box set, 1953. You open it up, and this is how they shipped them from the mint. You know, there were 50 of these boxes in this large box here, but this particular one, they wrapped them in this tissue paper, and each coin was in its own cellophane envelope. The problem is this cellophane was very brittle, and the contents would fall out of the cellophane, as we see here. The coins have fallen out of the cellophane, and the $50, of course, being the largest coin, would usually crack out the first, and all that abrasion would scratch the surface of the coin. This original box that I acquired, when I originally acquired it, most of the coins graded Proof 63, Proof 64. There were a couple Proof 62s. I might have had one or two in Proof 67. There weren't any Proof 68s. Take a look at these Proof 65s I have. The Proof 65s, folks. Now, the Proof 64s at the very bottom are not in the We the People Temasca Pedigree holders. I'm beginning with Gem Proof 65s. The Proof 64s, nice coins. They're available for $259. These Proof 65s you see, you take a look at one of these, folks. They're absolutely haze-free, pristine. They look superb. Few little light hairlines in the field. That's all they have. They're only $359. Look at this. For a Proof 65, you're getting the very best possible eye appeal and quality for a Proof 65. And now we go up one grade to a Proof 66. You get to 66, folks, you're talking about a coin that's almost flawless to the naked eye. If you study it under a lamp, you might find a couple little light lines in the field, a couple light little abrasions, but that's about it. It's virtually perfect. These are only $459. And now we get to the Proof 67s. Only 41 certified in the Temasca Pedigree holder to this point. You take a look at one of these. They are magnificent. Proof 67. Again, there are no Proof 70s. I have yet to certify one in Proof 69 for my proprietary holder. Originally, I thought I'd have to offer these for $11.95 a coin. But I acquired a small group, again, from this one client of mine who had these put away for over 20 years. I got a really good price when I acquired his entire collection of these early Proof Franklins. And I'm able to offer a small group in Proof 67 today, while I have them, folks, for $1,095 a coin. $1,095 a coin, and they're available on the 2 payment option. So if you can't afford the entire $1,095 today, put half down today of $547.50. And we'll hold one of these 1953s for you in Proof 67 condition. And pay the balance in 30 days. And if you want to get 2, you can own 2 for only $2,149. That's $1,074.50 a coin. $2,149 also available on the 2 payment option. half down today of $1,074.50. That's really the most I can do on these 53s. I only have a small group of these in Proof 67, and now we have the Proof 68s. This is the top of the line. I originally thought I'd have to offer these for $27.95. Here's Proof 68. This is the highest grade I've put in my Temasca pedigree holder. Proof 68, one of only 23 examples. I originally thought I'd have to offer these at $27.95. Again, I had a few from this collection, folks. I really got a great price because I acquired the entire group this collector had put away for many, many, many years. And I'm able to offer these for only $2,595. That's $1,297.50 down, half down today. We'll hold one of these for you. I have a limited number in Proof 67 and especially in Proof 68. Only 23 total certified. Most of those coins are in collections that I placed with clients. I only have a handful of these in Proof 68 condition. If you've just tuned in, I have some really rare vintage early Proof Franklins, low mintage. And you can see the difference between a Proof Franklin and a Mint State Franklin. You can see the mirrored fields of the Proof Franklin. That Mint State Franklin, those coins are struck for commercial use. They're dumped into bins. They have bag marks. What lowers the grade of Proof Franklins typically are not bag marks, but what we call hairlines from the packaging, from mishandling. For example, I've got this 1953, folks. It's a Proof 58. It's not even a Proof 60. It's a Proof 58, meaning it was in circulation. It was in circulation, but it's still a proof coin because it was manufactured as a proof coin. And it's a Proof 58 because it's been in circulation. It's got a lot of light abrasions and scratches over the surface of the coin. And this is very common for a proof coin this old. It's almost 70 years old. Think about that. It's almost 70 years old. So to get these pieces here, I'm going to show you this chart once again. This is so critical, this original mintage chart. This is a really low mintage issue. These are the earliest years of the Proof Franklin series, folks. They only issued 128,800 sets. Most of those coins have been graded. There are no huge hordes of early proof sets that have been unpicked. You find a small group of 2 or 3 sets here or there, and if you're lucky, you'll find a Proof 67. Once in the blue moon, you'll get a 6.8. These early years, folks, these have my greatest interest. This is where I'm an extremely strong buyer of Franklin half dollars. When we get into the mid-50s and earlier, you see those mintages, and knowing how few survive in exceptional condition, this is the time to begin building a magnificent Proof Franklin collection. Especially now, we've got this proprietary holder, okay? This is one of the legacies I want to leave all my clients, all the collectors out there. Every one of these Franklins in this Temasca pedigree holder, again, has been reviewed by me. It's a coin that meets my standards of eye appeal and quality for the date and grade. It has to be an exceptional specimen for the date and grade to go into one of these proprietary holders. And this, again, is for the benefit of all the collectors out there who want to put together a superb set of Franklin half dollars or Kennedy half dollars or Eisenhower dollars. You know, the grade on the holder is really important, but more important is the coin in the holder. Got to wrap this up right here, folks. I hope you can take advantage of this. This is a ground floor opportunity. This Temasca pedigree, again, this is about finding those specimens that have the greatest possible eye appeal and quality for the date and grade. NGC and PCGS have a lot of coins that are correctly graded, but there's a lot of coins that are mid-range, low range for the grade. Those are not the kind of coins that are going to go into these holders. Again, my goal is to get you the finest possible eye appeal and quality for the date and grade at the best possible price. And that's what I'm accomplishing with this great cooperation I have with NGC. Again, they have their own independent population numbers. And they'll also have their own independent registry on the NGC website. So I hope you can take advantage of it. We got a lot of people calling in. Again, this is the 1953 issue, folks. An early vintage year in the Franklin series. Low mintage. It's rare in any condition. Only 128,000 were struck, total mintage. Rare in any condition. But to get one in proof 6.6, 6.7, or 6.8 is extraordinary. It's been years since I found an original 1953 proof set that had a $50 in proof 68 condition, folks. They're virtually non-existent at this point in time. So I hope you take advantage of it. Thank you for watching, but please stay tuned. We have another great presentation coming right up.
You're watching Rare Collectibles TV.
Welcome to Rick's U.S. Coin Show. Folks, this is a great time to be a collector. I have for you today the most extraordinary set of one of the most popular series in U.S. coinage today. And it really all began, I believe, with my very first book that came out late 1991 called Cameo and Brilliant Proof Coinage of the 1950 to 1970 era, where I didn't just talk about proof coins, but I talked about cameo proof coins. Now, in this earlier era, a cameo proof coin had to be one of the very first strikes off a new proof die. If the die wasn't brand new and if it had been struck several hundred coins, it wouldn't be striking cameos. The frosted cameo portrait on these delicate proof dies would wear away very quickly. And so I had an illustration here, for example. On the very first page of my picture section in the book, I show two 1961 Franklins. One is a cameo that was among the very first strikes off of a new proof die. And the second coin was a later strike off of a proof die. Now, they could both be very high grade. They could both, for example, be proof 68 in terms of their surface imperfections, or even proof 69. But the main difference is that in addition to the proof grade, one was an early strike that had this beautiful cameo contrast, and one was a later strike that didn't have the contrast. So I started specializing in these cameo proof coins in the early 1980s, and there was a huge following among collectors. I mean, collectors love the coins for obvious reasons. The things that always attract most collectors. You want a coin with exceptional eye appeal for its date, exceptional quality for its date. You want rarity as well, because if everybody on the block can own one, it takes a little bit of the thrill out. So you want something that's rare that not everybody can get their hands on, that's really unique. And you want it to be affordable at the same time. I mean, it's great to have a coin with tremendous eye appeal, tremendous quality, and tremendous rarity. But if you have to pay $20,000 or $30,000 or $40,000 for it, or even $5,000 for it, it can take a lot of the fun out. You know, there are some really rare coins which for $5,000, $10,000, $20,000 are great coins that we'd love to own, but not everyone can afford coins in that price range. But here we had some coins that, because it was a new area of collector interest, very few dealers were very knowledgeable about cameo proof coins. They didn't know how rare they were. I spent many years researching this book, so I had a date-by-date analysis giving estimates of the rarity of each of these dates in cameo and ultra cameo condition. And this was an opportunity for a collector of today to get a spectacular set of these cameo Franklins or Kennedy half dollars or Washington quarters, Roosevelt dimes, Lincoln cents, Jefferson nickels, coins with exceptional eye appeal, exceptional quality, a high degree of rarity to get it at a great price. Now, some amazing records have been set of late in both series. And in the Franklin series, last year, I had a picture on the cover on my first book here, this 1951. Beautiful cameo. When this book came out, folks, this is about a $1,500 coin. Beautiful cameo 1951, exceptional. It was about a $1,500 coin. There was one that recently, sold last year for over $80,000. I have another picture here on the cover of this book, of 1958 Franklin. Back then, it was about a $1,000 coin. Beautiful, beautiful deep cameo Franklin. Last year, one in Proof 68 Plus deep cameo sold for almost $33,000. And now, more recently, a Mint State Franklin, the first Franklin ever to break the six-figure barrier, the $100,000 barrier in an auction. A Mint State 1958P MS67 Plus full bell line sold for $129,500, folks. So this is something I'd been predicting for decades. Now at the bottom there it says price realized $110,000, but that doesn't add in the auction house fee. You add in the auction house fee, the buyer paid $129,500 for the coin. Again, this is something I was predicting decades ago, that there would come a time when you'd see Franklin selling for six figures. And the same thing for the Kennedy half dollar series as well, its sister series. And just recently, it's the first Kennedy half dollar that broke six figures in auction, and it made headlines everywhere. This is just recent, folks. 1964 Kennedy brings $108,000 in auction. $108,000, breaking world record. Today, I've got a set of Kennedy half dollars for you. This is a beautiful, perfect time to begin collecting this set. I'm working on my next book, which will focus very heavily on these coins, folks. This is a series of when you talk about the Franklin and Kennedy half dollars, especially in proof. There is so much beauty, eye appeal, quality, rarity, and you can get so much for so relatively few of your numismatic dollars with the sets I have for you today. What I have for you today, first time ever, folks, I've offered these sets, these Kennedy half sets, graded by NGC, complete year sets from 1977 through 2011. In Proof 69 Ultra Cameo. And I have a handful of sets, fewer than 10, same dates from 1977 to 2011 in Proof 70 Ultra Cameo. And they all receive my Everest seal. My Everest seal goes to coins that have just extraordinary eye appeal, quality, and rarity for their respective dates. The 6/9 sets all have my ECC seal, exceptional cameo contrast. It's just one step below Everest, folks. But they represent the very best for their date and grade. Now, when we talk about the ECC, Exceptional Cameo Contrast Seal, this is really, really important. I mean, this is my baby. Cameo-proof coins are my baby. This is, again, I pioneered this series when I came out with this book. I really put my life savings into the book. I put everything I had into this book. I took out a loan. I went into debt for the book because I believed so much in what it had to offer the collectors out there. And you folks love it. I mean, I was shocked. It was about a year ago. when Sasha showed me what some of the copies, used copies, were selling for on Amazon. Here's this was kind of really, it blew my mind. It was like, wow. But used copies of my first book, you know, we had printed around 7,000 copies. There's one fellow asking $291 and $455, and there's one used good condition for $999. And then here's some new copies. There's one for $225. And then at the very bottom, there's a guy asking who's asking over $1,600 for, I believe, yeah, $1,692 for a brand new copy. I still have a handful of copies left, but they're almost all gone. But it's because the information in this book, when I wrote this book, it wasn't to make a quick buck, that's for sure. I mean, if I figured the time, I spent about 5 years writing the book. And if I figured the time and effort I put in and the money I put into it, I was probably working for about 10 cents an hour. Okay, you don't do this to make money. You do this because you believe in something, that you have something that you know is going to be good for the collectors out there. And so that's why the book has legs, because it's got great information that's as relevant today as when it first came out. And this set I have for you today, this is a great set for the collector of today. Now, let me tell you briefly about my ECC seal, my Exceptional Cameo Contrast seal. This is something I've trademarked. This is really important because if I'm going to sell you a coin that's graded Deep Cameo by PCGS or Ultra Cameo by NGC, I want to make sure it's a full Ultra Cameo with the heaviest possible contrast for the date. A full Ultra Cameo. And that's really important. Now, first of all, before I go any further, it's important to note that while there is a lot of objectivity in grading, to a large degree, there will always be a degree of subjectivity in coin grading. That's why both at PCGS and NGC have a regrade process. If you get a coin graded and you think it's undergraded, you could resubmit it to them. And they may look at it again and they might say, you know, you're right, we undergraded the coin, and they'll regrade it and give you a higher grade. Now, on the other hand, if they give you a grade that may be, let's say, optimistic, that maybe you got a little lucky, and maybe it's, you know, it was borderline and they gave you the higher grade, where you're not going to see people resubmitting the coin to get a lower grade. I mean, if they get a higher grade, they're going to keep it at that grade. But certainly there are many, many cases where coins are sent back for a regrade because people think that they've been undergraded, okay? Now, and the same holds true with Cameo and Deep Cameo proof coins. Now, first of all, when we're talking about coins struck pre-1973, most of them are what we call brilliant proof coins without any cameo contrast. This is because they did not have the technology back then to consistently strike cameo coins. Back in those early years, they would dip the dies in an acid bath. An actual, they called it pickling, a bath of 5% nitric acid, 95% alcohol, to actually acid etch the entire die. And then they would take the die out and they'd buff the fields. Since the portrait was recessed, it wouldn't receive that buffing treatment. It would retain that acid etch cameo effect. And so that die would have this two-tone cameo effect, and the earliest strikes off that die would have that cameo effect transferred to the coin, and you get these beautiful cameos. But that acid etch cameo effect was very delicate, wore very quickly. You had 200 tons of pressure when you struck a $50, and very soon that acid etch cameo effect was worn smooth, and so every proof struck thereafter would be a brilliant proof like you see here. Now, in the early 70s, they began to experiment with new types of die preparation to create more cameos because the demand for cameos was so great. I mean, collectors loved the beauty of the cameos. And so in the early 70s, they actually began to sandblast the dies to create an intense cameo effect and then buff the fields. And then they began experimenting with a chrome plating process to give the dies added hardness and durability. So if you get one of these early strikes, especially in this early era, you could get what they called a deep cameo. We've got some examples from PCGS and NGC grading sets that they use to determine whether a coin is going to be a cameo or deep cameo. Now this is for the purposes of the graders at PCGS and NGC. When they look at a coin and to determine whether it should be a cameo or a deep cameo, they refer to the grading set. And if it's a deep cameo minus on the obverse and reverse, where it matches that coin that you see there that says deep cameo minus, they give it a deep cameo designation on the holder. They don't say deep cameo minus, they just say deep cameo. And it's got to have that contrast on both the obverse and reverse. That is the minimum standard for a deep cameo at PCGS, and it's very similar at NGC as well. If you have any less contrast, then you have what we call a cameo. Not quite enough frost for a deep cameo designation. Sasha's got 3 Eisenhower dollars to show you, all the same date, all the same grade. And this will explain the meaning of my ECC seal and why it's important. It's kind of an insurance policy for my clients, for you folks, when you buy one of my sets. Proof 69 Deep Cameo is the grade that PCGS gives theirs with heavy cameo contrast, and GC calls it Ultra Cameo. They all have the same grade. PCGS felt that that silver Ike there on the far left was a Deep Cameo, and they graded it Proof 69 Deep Cameo. When I offer you deep cameos, I want them to be solid, deep cameos and ultra cameos. When it comes to the modern proof coins, what I have noticed is that NGC seems to be extremely strict when it comes to applying the ultra cameo standard to these modern proof coins. Here's a short chart I'm going to show you on the number of Eisenhower dollars graded in ultra cameo by NGC. Now my ECC seal, whether it's PCGS or NGC, you know you're getting a great coin. Now these Kennedy sets I have for you today, they're all magnificent Proof 69 high-end ultra cameo coins. And putting together a set like this in an NGC holder is really challenging. I want you to take a look at the populations of these coins. I start with the year 1973. This set starts at 1977. Because you can see in those earliest years, there's only a handful graded by NGC. 1977, only 940 by NGC. You go down the page, in some cases only 1,000 examples graded by NGC. As the quality of the coins being struck at the mint really began to improve. So you see NGC grading a higher percentage of the coins, 6.9 Ultra Cameo. Now where this set really becomes extraordinary is in the 70 grades. I have a limited number of these sets in Proof 70 condition. This is really striking. 1973S. NGC hasn't graded any. They've only graded one example of the 74, one of the 76, and only 86 of the 77. Now, folks, you take a look at what some of these early Kennedys have sold for in Proof 70 Deep Cameo graded by PCGS. Here's a 73S that sold for almost $5,000. This was in an auction several years ago. Here's a 76S that sold for over $5,000. 3,700. Here's an 88S. Here's a 95S. You even get into the 2000s. Here's a 2000 clad that sold for over $1,200. Here's a 2001 that sold for $1,700. Here's a 2003 that sold for, these are prices realized in auction, $2,500. These are for single coins, okay? Now, what's really important about these coins, they're in state-of-the-art NGC holders. This is really important. You look at the Proof 70 populations, how rare these coins are, especially when you're in the 1980s. I mean, you've got a lot of coins graded by NGC where they've only graded 100 to 200 pieces. The 77S, they've only graded 86 pieces. So very, very few reach that ultimate grade. In these earliest years, folks, the packaging was a major, major problem with proof coins. Here's your typical 1985 proof set. This is how it came in, original government holder. The packaging was not inert. There was something in the packaging that would chemically react with the coin. And you look at that Kennedy half dollar and all the toning that's developed on it. And this was a problem throughout the 1980s and earlier. Here's an 87 set, same problem. They seemed to have fixed it for the most part when they got into the 1990s. But you get these earlier sets. Here's a 1980 set. You look at all that haze. Every one of these sets, every one of these coins that I have in these sets that I'm offering you has been curated by NGC, conserved. They put the coin in a solution that neutralizes any possible surface contaminants that might be on the coin. And that is really important. In other words, if somebody accidentally touches the coin with their thumb or their finger, that acid from their fingerprint may not show up for a year, but eventually it will show up. So every one of these coins, and this is something I pay for because it's an insurance policy for you. Every one of these coins has been neutralized so that it is absolutely pristine, so it will remain as flawless 20, 30, 50 years from now as you see it here today. And it's in an airtight holder that NGC uses with medical grade plastics. These are the same holders the Smithsonian uses to house their own collection. They use these same NGC holders. But I go through the extra step of making sure that every coin has been neutralized through curation. Because if it's not, you can end up with coins like this. Here's a 1980 that some other dealer sent in. And at the time, it may have looked great when it was originally encapsulated. But now you look at all the toning that's developed on the coin years later because it wasn't curated. Getting a coin graded by the NGC grading service, the minimum fee is $20. There's also a $10 handling fee. They ship the coin back to your registered mail, $24. That's $54 right there. And I have not included the curating fee, folks, that I put every one of these coins through to make sure, to guarantee that the coin you have encapsulated is absolutely pristine without any surface contaminants on the coin whatsoever. It's an insurance policy that I do for you because it is so very, very critical. You figure the minimum cost is going to be about $100 a coin, folks. When you figure all those various fees, when you figure the cost of grading, when you figure the cost of the coins. Folks, I've got this entire set for you, this entire 36 coin set for $27.64 a coin. And I'm including the extraordinarily rare 1979S Type 2 Kennedy in the set at that price. Now, what's the 79S Type 2 Kennedy? Well, first of all, they struck around 3.6 million proof coins that year. Only 4 to 5% were struck with the Type 2 variety. That's 150,000 to 180,000 coins. That's the total mintage. So it's a very rare coin in any condition. You're getting a Type 2 as part of this set. Now, what exactly is the Type 2? For $27.64 for this entire set with the Type 2, that comes out to $995, folks, for this entire set. This is an important variety to have in this set. The Type 1 is what I call the blob variety. Most of your 1979 S Kennedys have what I call the blob for a mint mark. It's supposed to be an S, but when you look at it, and you can see there in the blow-up, I don't know, what does it look like to you guys? It kind of looks like a snowman or maybe an 8 or something. It sure doesn't look like an S. Most of your 79 S Kennedys are this type 1, and that just, you know, it's hard to tell what it is. So very late in the year, they actually made a mint mark that looks like an S. But they only struck about 150,000 of them with this mint mark. And this coin is included in the set. And you get it all for $995, folks, with the Type 2. With every coin curated in an NGC airtight holder. And not only that, but it's available on the 2 payment options. So if you can't swing the entire $995 today, put half down today, $497.50, and we'll put one of these sets aside for you. The balance in 30 days of $497.50, and you will own one of the greatest sets you could possibly own of this great series, a series incredibly popular. You just had a Kennedy half dollar, 1964 selling for over $100,000 in auction. So amazingly popular. And then if you want to get 2 sets, folks, if you want to get 2 sets, I can drop the price down to $947.50 a set. Put half down today of $947.50, balance in 30 days, and you will own 2 of these magnificent sets. We've got a lot of people calling in, and I haven't even gotten to the Proof 70 set. I forgot to mention also, when you get one of these sets, for every set, you'll get a copy, softcover edition, softcover of my guidebook of Franklin and Kennedy half dollars, 3rd edition, with the purchase of a set in Proof 69 Ultra Cameo. Now, my Ultimate Everest set. I have fewer than 10 sets, all the same coins. Everyone hand-selected, everyone curated by NGC, and it includes a 79S Type 2. So this coin will be as pristine, haze-free, and spot-free decades from now as it is today. Look at this piece. This 79S Type 2, only 327 graded by NGC. You look at the populations of these coins by NGC, folks, in Proof 70 Ultra Cameo. They're shockingly low, especially when you compare them to NGC. The 77S, starting with that coin, there's only 86 examples graded. We've got, the set starts with the 77S. You've got several dates here where only 100 to 200 coins have been graded in Proof 70. You'll see dealers offering these individual coins. Here's a 79S Type 2 for $950, Sasha? This is a dealer, that's a dealer with almost 100% positive feedback. Another dealer with almost 100% positive feedback. He wants over $1,200 for his. Here's a 77S, first year of issue, $950. Here's an 82S. They're all tough, especially in the 1980s, folks, especially in the 70s and 80s. They are so difficult because of the poor packaging. Here's an 83S, over $800. Here's a top-rated seller on eBay, over 3,000 happy customers, 100% positive feedback, 86S, $549. 78S, second year of the series, $800. Folks, this is the perfect time to acquire one of these sets. Call in now. Again, the grading fees alone, the conservation fees, the curating fees, to be holdered in the state-of-the-art holder, folks. At $300 a coin, this would be about a $10,000 set. At $200 a coin, it would be about a $7,000 set. I've got the entire set for $97 a coin, and it includes the 79S Type 2. You heard me correctly. $97 a coin. Okay, I put everything on the table here. There are no middlemen. We've done all the work to select these coins for you to be able to offer them at this kind of price. The entire set, 36 coins total, $3,495. And, you know, $3,495 for a 36 coin set is a true deal of a lifetime to get this most popular set in this incredibly popular series in the finest possible condition, graded by NGC with these ultra low populations because of their ultra strict grading standards. We're making it available on the 4-payment option, which means all you have to do is put down $873.75 today. And we will hold one of these sets for you. Again, I have fewer than 10 sets in Proof 70 Ultra Cameo. There are just some dates. Well, again, Sasha, if you could show them the population tables once again that are just so difficult to get. I have fewer than 10 sets available. So if you just put down $873.75 today, 25% down, we'll hold one of these sets for you. There you see the first page there, how much rarer these NGC coins are in 70. You make the second payment, folks, in 30 days of the same amount, $873.75. 60 days, you make your third payment. And finally, in 90 days, you make your final payment, $873.75. It's those years from 1977 through the late 90s. Those are the key years that are included in this set, folks. And every coin in this set includes the 79S Type 2. Every coin is only $97 a coin. Call in now, get one of these while you can. We have these sets again. We have the ECC sets in 6.9 Ultra Cameo for only $995. We've got a lot of people calling in. This is a limited time offer right now. Again, I have so few of these sets in 70. The 6.9 sets are difficult to put together. The 70 sets, again, this is the first time I've offered these in NGC because of their extremely strict standards. Very few grade this high at NGC. I've had every coin curated and conserved at NGC to make sure that every coin's surface is neutralized, that there's no impurities on the coin that might otherwise tone the coin at a later date, and that is so important. Here's a couple other coins to show you. Here's, for example, here's an NGC coin that some other dealer had submitted that was not curated. You can see all kinds of toning that's developed around the rim and haze and spotting because it wasn't curated. And with this set, folks, our final shot will be of that 79S Type 2. Beautiful 79S Type 2. Proof 70 Ultra Cameo. When you get one of these sets in Proof 70 Ultra Cameo, you'll also get one of my few remaining limited edition hardcover copies, the library edition of the Franklin and Kennedy half-dollar book, hand-signed and numbered by yours truly, with one of these sets in Proof 70 Ultra Cameo. And it's available on the 4-payment option. First time ever we've offered a set on a 4-payment option. We want to make this available to every collector possible who wishes to own something really, really special. Here you're getting this amazing set, some of the finest Proof Kennedys in this set that ranks among the most popular series in U.S. numismatics. Certainly the Franklin and Kennedy half-dollar series. When you're talking about half-dollar series in U.S. numismatics, the Franklin and Kennedy half-dollar series are the most popular in U.S. numismatics today and in the years to come. All you have to do is look at all the record auction prices over the last couple of years, folks. The demand is through the roof, because these series offer so much for the collector of today in terms of the eye appeal you get, incredible eye appeal, the incredible quality, the rarity when you can find these coins in the condition you see them in today, and at the price I'm able to offer them at. I mean, it's a win-win for everyone. This is what collecting is all about, getting all these beautiful assets in a coin for so few of your numismatic dollars. Okay, I've done the best I can pricing this set for you. We put a lot of work on it. The 6/9 sets for $27.69 a coin. Again, these coins are all curated and conserved. The Proof 70 sets for less than $100 a coin. Same kind of curation. The coins are absolutely pristine. You know, it's the same philosophy I had when I came out with my first book. When I wrote this book, I didn't write it with the idea of making any money on it. I wrote it because I knew it would be great for collectors. And these sets I offer today are great for the collector of today. You're getting so much numismatic bang for your buck. This is something you can put away today, hand it down to your kids, your grandkids. This is a great set that will be great to you and for your future. Thank you for watching this presentation. Please stay tuned, though. We've got another great presentation coming right up.
Coming up next, you will see an actual original mint-sealed bag of 1964 Kennedy half dollars opened for the first time ever. This bag of 1964 mint state Kennedys has been sealed for 56 years and has been authenticated and designated by the Numismatic Guarantee Corporation as first day of issue. This is truly a numismatic historical event that has never previously occurred. Stay tuned to learn more.
Welcome, collectors. This next presentation is the most important coin that I have ever had the privilege to offer. This is amazing, historic. This is one of those instances where history and numismatics converge to exemplify one of the greatest issues the U.S. Mint has ever struck. The coin that I'm talking about is the 1964 Kennedy half dollar. I became a coin collector because of the Kennedy half dollar. The very first coin, I mean, the Kennedy half dollar has such a place near and dear in my heart because it was the first coin that I ever collected. I was given a Kennedy half dollar in 1964. I was about 7 years old. And it started me on a lifetime pursuit of coin collecting, so it means a lot to me. And the Kennedy half dollar that we have today is historic. In fact, it's probably the most historic half dollar ever struck by the United States Mint. That's a bold statement because the U.S. Mint has been striking a half dollar since 1794. And the Kennedy half dollar has a place in history unlike any other coin. Now, needless to say, the assassination of President Kennedy on November 22nd of 1963 set the wheels in motion for the production of a memorial to the fallen president. And John F. Kennedy was beloved by the entire country for various reasons that I'll get into in a little while, but I want to give you a bit of a backdrop, a bit of history of the significance of the 1964 Kennedy half dollar. As I said, in November of 1963, November 22nd, I was in elementary school at the time. I was in the first grade. I remember it like it was just yesterday. It's one of the memories of my childhood that I have never forgotten. It stuck with me to this day. I was at elementary school, and I happened to be outside of the classroom. And I believe I was going for a drink. I remember the drinking fountain right there, and I saw one of the teachers in the yard, moving rather hurriedly to get back into the building, and she was crying. And I looked at her, and she said to me in tears, the president has been assassinated. I was a little kid, but it struck me as something very, very serious. And they let us out of school. And I can vividly remember coming home and seeing my mother in front of our TV set weeping, crying uncontrollably. And I remember Walter Cronkite on the TV, and back then we had a black and white TV. And I remember the seriousness of the situation. I remember Walter Cronkite telling the nation that President Kennedy had been assassinated.
From Dallas, Texas, the flash, apparently official, President Kennedy died at 1 p.m. Central Standard Time, 2 o'clock Eastern Standard Time, some 38 minutes ago.
It was one of the tragic events of the TV era. It was one of the first times that you ever saw an event almost unfold as it was happening. And the Mint hurriedly decided that they were going to issue a coin to honor the fallen president. And that's exactly what happened. Now, I want you to take a look, because what we have here, folks, is an amazing historic opportunity to own a Kennedy half dollar, a 1964 Kennedy half dollar. Now, one of the most significant parts of this presentation is the label on that coin. 1964, first date of issue, brilliant uncirculated, from what is known as the Discovery bag. And as unbelievable as this seems, this is historic, and I want you to pay really close attention, because the history and the trail, the pedigree of this coin is absolutely amazing. So Kennedy was so beloved in our country because, if you recall, when he was inaugurated in 1961, Kennedy stood before the world and uttered those famous words, "Ask not what your country can do for you, but what you can do for your country." And that was one of the greatest speeches ever given. So he was known for that. He was also known for standing up to communism. And I think he was known greatly by almost everybody as the president who pushed this nation to land a man on the moon, which in fact we did just 6 short years after he was assassinated. It was a monumental event. And the Kennedy half dollar is beloved by coin collectors everywhere. Now, the greatest part about this bag, because this is a mint-sewn original bag that all of these coins came from. There are only 2,000 of these coins that exist. That is all. And before me, I have some of the greatest historic material that all pertains to the Kennedy half dollar. Now, let me just get right to it. For all the world, March 24th of 1964 was the official launch date by the United States Treasury of the Kennedy half dollar. That was the day, in a ceremony, the Mint director, Eva Adams, began the production. Now, this has such a connection because I will tell you right off the bat, I have been chasing this bag of Kennedy half dollars for nearly a couple of decades. I had heard about it. I was totally flabbergasted when I heard that Rare Collectibles TV purchased an original mint-sewn bag of Kennedy half dollars. Now, I want to show you something that I found that pertains to the very first Kennedy half dollars, or what was originally thought to be the very first Kennedy half dollars. So I found this letter that was written to one of the trade publications, and the question was asked, wasn't there a 1964 Kennedy half dollar that sold for $18,000? And here was the reply. Yes, it was a remarkable sum for just 5 years old. This happened in 1969. The coin was glued to the outside of an envelope, postmarked March 24th, 1964. First day of issue. It sold for $18,000 at an auction. A gentleman by the name of John Marquardt bought this coin. And after the sale, he remarked that he would have gone as high as $30,000 to get one of these Kennedy half dollars from the first day of issue. And he paid $18,000 in 1969. This is an unbelievable story. This is what movies are written. I mean, you could write a movie about this. So when I heard that Rare Collectibles TV had purchased what could be a first day of issue bag of 2,000 Kennedy half dollars, you know what I said? I said, oh, I don't think so. Because I know the owner of that bag, and I've been trying to buy it for 15 years. And I called my buddy up, and I asked him, do you still own that Kennedy half dollar bag? He said, no. I almost fell over, because in fact, we owned it. So, ladies and gentlemen, I remember about 15 years ago when I had heard about this bag. I heard that there was a newspaper that had a headline and a picture. And the headline was all about the very first Kennedy half dollars, which were issued by the U.S. Mint on March 24th. And how this gentleman had ended up with these very, very special coins. So when this bag came into play, and I saw the original bag and the notation of its date as being even earlier than March 24th. In fact, this was March 19th of 1964. I almost fell right over. And this had been the dream come true in Kennedy half dollars. Right in front of me here, I have something that I found on the archive of the United States Mint. And what it is a letter that was written by two people, Gilroy Roberts, who was the designer of the obverse of the Kennedy half dollar, and Frank Gasparo, two Mint employees. Frank Gasparo designed the reverse. And I have a letter from each of them that talks about the production of this coin, and I'm going to show you the highlights. It says in here that a mere 5 days after the assassination of John F. Kennedy, on November 27th, the Treasury reached out to the Mint to alert them that a new Kennedy half dollar would be issued and to get to work on the designs. This is November 27th of 1963. The mourning period for the president was still going on. It was known as 4 dark days in history, when the whole world stopped and we watched the unforgettable images of John F. Kennedy's funeral and of John saluting, and the historic images that are emblazoned in all our minds. So we sent the bag to NGC for verification. And the chairman of NGC, Mark Salzberg, and the president, Rick Montgomery, got really excited that they had the opportunity to open up for the world to see, because this was one of the first time ever that the opening of this bag video was made up.
So we're here today opening what is thought to be an original bag of 1964 Kennedy half dollars. I've never seen an original unopened bag of Kennedy's, so we're hoping that what we have contained in here is truly an unopened bag. So it came in this container, which I'm going to attempt to open here. And we have a canvas bag. And within this canvas bag, we have a really interesting tag, Kennedy Halves, March 19th, 1964. So this would be upon release, and it's sealed. Looks like it's a mid-sealed bag from probably a bank. And the tag also reads Pasadena, California, Heller and Company. First JFK bag. So interesting that we're getting this right now, because JFKs have become increasingly popular due to Rick Tamaska's book on Kennedy's, and he's had a great influence on Franklin's as well. So I think we'll go ahead and open this and see what we have in here. It's very exciting. We should have a drum roll. Okay, we got one shot at this. We should take a look at the seal and the fact that it is, we have this Kennedy Halves 1964, March 19th. Looks very official, and it looks authentic to me. So let's go ahead and open this. Okay, so we have that removed. The moment of truth. I wonder if this is sealed. Ah, it is sealed. So now we have to cut through this. That even more authenticates it, because this is how mid-sealed bags came from in the 60s. So now we'll have to cut through this. I'm going to try to preserve this bag. Okay, so we can reach in here now. And here we go. And they are, in fact, 1964 Kennedys. And they are uncirculated. Some of them look really nice. Even from original bags, you have some coins that are marked up and a variety of quality. And there you have it.
Now, we were all shocked when the canister was opened up, the bag was taken out, and the date on the bag was March 19th of 1964. So undoubtedly, this was a first day of issue Kennedy half dollar. We have these coins. Now, there are only 2,000 of these coins. There will never be any more. A bag contains 2,000 half dollars. We have certified by NGC as first day of issue, known as the Discovery Bag, 1964 Kennedy half dollars. And we are offering these first day of issue Kennedy half dollars for only, and I say only, $395. Think of somebody in 1969 purchasing one of these coins that's glued to an envelope with a postal stamp on it from March 24th of 1964, think of somebody paying $18,000 for that coin. And then think of these, actually issued a few days before. These are priceless. So we're offering each one of these for only $395. This is more than a piece of history. This is rarely ever happening in today's world. To be able to connect to that original time and get what could be the earliest, recognized right here. Brilliant uncirculated from the Discovery bag. So it was the First Lady, Jackie Kennedy, who actually approved the original designs of the Kennedy half dollar. But more than that, she selected the size that forever the portrait of Kennedy and the presidential seal on the reverse, forever it would be immortalized. And the coin that she selected was the half dollar. There was talk at the time of the Washington quarter or the Lincoln penny, but every one of the other coins but the Franklin half dollar had a president. Now, since Franklin wasn't one of our presidents, even though he was one of our most beloved forefathers, Jackie Kennedy pointed out he's still going to remain on the $100 bill, but let's not remove a president off one of the coins. Let's remove Ben Franklin and place John F. Kennedy on the half dollar. And this was a big deal because the Franklin half dollar hadn't run its course where you could change the design without an act of Congress, and that's exactly what happened. So let me read to you from the letter of Frank Gasparo. And here's what Frank says. And this was written on April the 29th of 1964. And what these are the recollections of Gilroy Roberts in the letter and Frank Gasparo. Shortly after President Kennedy's death, plans were being made to create a lasting and significant memorial to his memory. After careful consideration and various suggestions made throughout the nation, the final decision was made by Congress to make a coin with the late president's portrait on the obverse and an appropriate design on the reverse. And the Mint received word from the Bureau, the Treasury, that President Kennedy's portrait on the U.S. Mint Presidential Inaugural Medal would be used. Now, Gilroy Roberts had already done the presidential medal, so the design was already created. And the presidential seal would be incorporated, as it had been personally selected by the late president to be used for the reverse of his inaugural medal. And time was very limited, but on November 28th of 1963, Frank Gasparo and Gilroy Roberts received official word from Miss Eva Adams, the director of the Mint, to prepare the models for the Kennedy half dollar. Now, interestingly enough, in March of 1964, March 24th, 70,000 people lined up outside the Treasury offices in Washington, D.C. And they were there to receive the Kennedy half dollars on the first day that they were being issued. And there was a limit of 40 coins per person, 70,000 people. All the coins were gone before the end of the day, and the Mint had to stop because there were no coins left. But yet, there were still thousands of people in line. Original plans for the Kennedy half dollar were 91 million coins. 91 million coins. The largest single issue for a half dollar ever. But that simply was not enough. Not too long after, that initial figure of 91 million coins was adjusted up to 141 million coins. And still, you couldn't find a Kennedy half-dollar because they were put away as a memento, a keepsake, if you will, of the memory of John F. Kennedy. A president that the entire nation was grieving, no matter what your political affiliation. So when you look here, Gilroy Roberts is giving his recollections of the designing of the Kennedy half-dollar. And this is also on the 29th day of April of 1964, where he says that shortly after the tragedy of President Kennedy's death, November 22nd, 1963, Miss Eva Adams, the director of the Mint, telephoned me here at the Philadelphia Mint and explained that serious consideration was being given to replacing President Kennedy's portrait on a new U.S. coin. And obviously that became the Kennedy half-dollar. Now, eventually, the demand for this coin was so great that the Mint continued striking this coin into the next year, 1965, with a 1964 date. Ultimately, over 453 million Kennedy half-dollars bearing the date of 1964 were issued. And you still could barely find a coin anywhere, because as soon as they would hit the banks, they would be put aside by everybody, not just collectors, but everybody. Now, you saw the bag being opened up at NGC by Mark Salzberg. And you could see that the bag is dated clearly March 19th of 1964. And so it definitely deserves the labeling as first day of issue, Discovery Bag. Did you also notice that the bag was mint sewn? It had never been opened up until that moment. And inside that bag were 2,000 Kennedy half-dollars that could be attributed to the very first day of issue. Now, we're offering these coins in brilliant uncirculated condition because they're from a mint state bag, a bag that had never been opened up until we had sent this bag to NGC for verification, to confirm that it was in fact what it was purported to be. And it was. For $395, these are the only Kennedy half-dollars of their kind. There are only 2,000 of these coins. That's the total population. The most significant half-dollar could very well be the Kennedy half-dollar because of its, well, it's known by every collector. It's collected. I'm certain, am not the only coin collector as a 7-year-old who started collecting coins with the Kennedy half-dollar. Because as it happened to be, 1964 was the issuing Kennedy half-dollar. And to be a collector at that time, you didn't know you were a collector, but you became one with holding that Kennedy half-dollar in your hand and remembering the events of that day, seared into your memory, even though you were such a little kid. So 91 million coins were planned. It didn't work out that way. The coin was so sought after that 91 million went to 141 million, and that went to 453 million. But of those hundreds of millions of coins, ladies and gentlemen, these right here are first day of issue, March 19th of 1964. These could very well be the earliest known, because up until these, the earliest known were March 24th of 1964. So that is a great historical fact, but it's also a rarity that will never be equaled. These 2,000 coins from this mint sealed bag, once they are gone, there will never be another. These will live on The labeling alone is first day of issue from a Discovery bag. Literally at NGC, opening up the bucket, the tin bucket that contained the bag, and cutting the seal, and showing these coins. 2,000 first day of issue Kennedy half dollars, one of the most collected coins in all the world. Think about the millions and millions of Kennedy half dollar collectors and some of the most special coins that have ever been issued. This coin is undoubtedly the centerpiece of any Kennedy half dollar collection because it goes right back to the very beginning. And these letters, which you will get a great opportunity to read in their entirety, talks about the approval process by Mrs. Kennedy, her selecting the half dollar in favor of all the other coins because she dared not remove a president, thinking about the president's place in history to occupy his place next to the other presidents. And that portrait of Kennedy and that reverse of the great presidential seal have gone down in history. That design has never changed. And today, the Kennedy half dollar is one of the most collected coins in all the world. And that's why I say the opportunity for only $395 to own a first day of issue Kennedy half dollar. And ironically enough, when I first heard about this bag, as I had mentioned, I knew a thing or two about it because I will tell you, I had been chasing this bag for 15 years. You know, when I was younger, I used to go to coin shows. I traveled all around the country and I'd go to every major coin show. And it was there that I learned really about the fraternity of coin collecting, whether you're a collector or a dealer, and how at the end of the day, we would sit around and we would talk about war stories about coins. And I once owned one of these and great coins that we had possessed. And talk came around at that time about the existence of one of the earliest known bags, mint sealed, of Kennedy half dollar. And one guy would say, oh, I know somebody who owns the very earliest Kennedy half dollar bag. And yeah, we'd all be like, sure you do. You know, everybody, you know, I got the first of this and the first of that. This is first day of issue. So for me, to remember that day in 1963, and I remember the 4 dark days in history, the mourning period, the funeral, the dignitaries coming from all over the world. And back then, everything was in black and white. And the somberness of the occasion was driven home by those black and white, depressing images. So it really stuck. That's how I became a coin collector, by receiving one of those Kennedy half dollars in 1964. But little would I ever dream that later on in life, I would be able to be in the presence of first day of issue Kennedy half dollars. And I know collectors out there, all of us, who at the time when this happened, we were all little kids. To be able to go back in time now and own one of the first ones, first day of issue, is a huge deal. If you don't get one now, of the 2,000, I don't know you'll ever get one, because I cannot think of a single Kennedy half dollar collector who would let one of these coins go after they own one. I mean, we talk about some of the greatest Kennedy half dollars. There was even a gold version for the 50th anniversary of the Kennedy half dollar made by the U.S. Mint, a solid gold version. But to own one of 2,000 first day of issues from a bag dated March 19th of 1964 is historic. Numismatic history. Let me just say, in closing, this is a rare opportunity. There are only 2,000 of these coins. That's all there will be. when they are dispersed to collectors, and we're making history with this bag. I mean, this is recorded history. Oh, and by the way, a coin from this bag is going to the Smithsonian. So you will own a coin from the same bag by which the Smithsonian will have a coin on display as one of the earliest Kennedy half dollars ever released. So the trail of it, the pedigree of it, it's all there. The value, it's priceless. When I think that in 1969, one of these coins sold for $18,000 at $395, this is the ultimate historic release of a Kennedy half dollar. I have to go. Please, please don't miss out on this opportunity. It is once in a lifetime. Stay tuned. There's a lot of great coins coming up. Don't forget this Kennedy half dollar. Thank you.
Thanks for joining.
Hi, I'm Rick Tamaska, and this is Rick's U.S. Coin Show. Rick's U.S. Coin Show is a brand new show that brings you rare, high quality, and unique coins at the most affordable prices on TV.
My name's Jack McNamara, and I love coins.
We're the Tamaska girls, Kim and Caitlin.
Here at Rare Collectibles TV, we know what kind of coins you want, because we're collectors ourselves.
I've been collecting coins for over 40 years.
I love finding coins all across the country and bringing them to you.
Whether you're new to coin collecting or an old pro, we've got the coins you're looking for.
After my first book, dealers began calling me the Cameo King.
Coin rarity and quality are what matter most to me.
Now that's eye appeal.
I do love Franklin's and Kennedy's.
Rare unique coins
At the most affordable prices.
Coins are in my blood.
Now that's a beauty.
My goal is to bring you the ultimate in superb rare coins. Do you want the best?
And welcome to Rare Collectibles TV. I'm James Gerstel. We are about to feature a coin that is over 2,000 years old. And you can own this example of an amazing piece of history. And I want to let the cat out of the bag right now because this is the Greek god Poseidon. Now, we all know Poseidon as the god of the sea, but Poseidon was also known as the provoker of earthquakes. And something that history has nearly forgotten, the creator of the horse. And for all of these reasons, throughout the millennia, Poseidon has never been forgotten. Now, I was just looking around doing some research, and one of the most important things I noticed was this statement. Poseidon's name is very old. Now, that sounds like I made that up, but it isn't. And it's so right to the point. This is a character out of legendary mythology who was the brother of the sky god, the great god Zeus, and also the brother of the god of the underworld, Hades. So Poseidon had a unique position amongst the gods. And of course, at the time, in ancient Greece, the sea was very important. And the Greeks expanded their empire vis-a-vis the sea. Now, we have an unbelievable opportunity here for an ancient coin. And in us, real die-hard coin collectors, we love that bridge, that path, that historic route of seeing how we got to where we are today with American coins by the way that ancient coins were designed. Now, We talk a real lot on our show about the great renaissance of American coinage, which dates back to the very early part of the 20th century when Teddy Roosevelt was president. But the thing that drove the whole thing about the Renaissance was Teddy Roosevelt's great love of history and the ancient arts and ancient coinage and the ancient designs. In fact, he was heard to remark that he wanted our coinage to look much more like those classic ancient designs. Now, here is a sculpture, a statue of Poseidon. And of course, this is an image of what Poseidon was thought to have looked like. And being the god of the sea, he, of course, has his trident. And throughout all of history, Poseidon's legend has only grown. And I want to tell you why. Because when you're the god of the sea, when you have a reputation as being a little testy, when you are the Greek god who stood up to every other god, to Zeus, and when you are still remaining constant thousands of years later, there's a great artifact to put in your coin collection. This isn't some obscure ancient coin of which the history is dubious or unknown. No, this is the great god Poseidon. This is on the reverse, his trident, accompanied with the dolphins. Now, I want you guys to know something right off the bat. This is an attributed, encapsulated artifact of history, done so by NGC. And I want you to take a look at the labeling because it is fully attributed as to its place in history, as to its design, and that's so important. Well, there it is right there. Sicily, Syracuse, Heron II, the ruler of the time, the period from which it derived, 275 BC to 215, before Christ, over 2,000 years old. And the description of Poseidon on the obverse, the trident and the dolphins. And then I want you to look at the grade. Now, not only is this coin in fine condition, which means that over the centuries, this coin's design has remained intact. Its strike has remained. It is not just fine, but choice fine. Now, to accomplish all of this, ladies and gentlemen, is not inexpensive. Because when an ancient coin is sent to the grading service, there's lots of research that has to be done. There's all kinds of history behind these coins and volumes of information to derive from, to come up with that designation, to come up with that grade. So you're getting countless years of experience and history that go in to this coin, the coin design, and the grading of this coin. Now, here's what I mean. Here's an example of a Poseidon coin, uncertified. It's $300, and you're seeing the obverse. You're seeing the portrait of Poseidon, $300. I'm here to tell you right now, I can offer you one of these coins or however many you're interested in owning. And I have to tell you, $99, folks. $99 for an artifact of history. That just always blows me away when I can show you what the world is all about in something so significant to withstand the test of time. And imagine, in our world today, only 3 to 5% of all the ancients from every civilization, every country, and every denomination from all over the world exist today, only 3 to 5%. To own a coin like this that is a piece of history, but is available to hardly anybody, available in such small quantities. Just hardly any coins exist today. There is a coin that was recovered after millennia of being hidden away. $99. And every one of them, look at the design, look at the grade, look at the attribution, look at the history. We do things a little differently here at Rare Collectibles. We didn't just get a pile of maybe ancient coins, we didn't grade them. No. What we decided we were going to do was every coin would be attributed. And as you can see on the label of this coin, this comes from the Poseidon Collection. This is the only way you can get this, is individuals who have devoted a lifetime to the pursuit of ancient coins, to even accumulate a few of these coins, but to be able to get a hoard of these, a collection. And you can bet there is no way this could be done, like I said, without an individual or certain individuals devoting the bulk of their collecting lives to acquiring. That's how these coins are come across. Now, I want you to take a look. We're at $99 for a choice fine grade. I want to show you what the world's all about, because anytime you come across an artifact that's 2,000 or 2,200 years old, this is what you're going to be up against. And this is a great price right here. I showed you one for $300. Here's one for $183. Yes, it's an ancient coin. It's well over 2,000 years old. Now, I want you to take a look at that, and then I want you to take a look at the coins that we have. It's the same type of coin, but it's been attributed, it's been encapsulated, it's been graded choice fine, and we can price this coin even after having to spend, it could cost you easily $50 to get one of these coins graded. We're at $99. This is the time. This is when opportunity comes around and says to you, this is coin collecting. This is a way to go back to one of the very beginning coins and see what coin design was about, see what history was about, see how the legend of Poseidon was meant to endure by placing his portrait and his trident on a coin forevermore. The intent of the striking of this coin was to honor the legend and to keep it going. And so we stand here now in 2020, offering a coin over 2,000 years old that still exists today, and that's what we coin collectors love. An opportunity to bridge that gap between American numismatics and the ancient world, and how we borrowed in our coin designs from that ancient world, and how we got here today. $99 for a true piece of history. Now, the Greek god of the sea, the provoker of earthquakes, and the creator of the horse, brother of Zeus, the sky god, brother of the god of the underworld, Hades. I want to read you something that I printed. Poseidon is the violent and ill-tempered god of the sea, one of the 12 Olympians. He was also feared as the provoker of earthquakes and worshipped as the creator of the horse. He was a hot-blooded deity. And Poseidon had many disputes with both men and gods. Poseidon is remembered for the amazing, powerful figure that he was throughout all of history. And for those of you who keep up with popular culture, it seems that today in our world, we have a reverence for these ancient, legendary god creatures of the ancient Greek world. But few of us will ever get the opportunity to own not a reproduction, not a poster, not a representation, but the actual coinage struck in that period of time thousands of years ago, commemorating this legendary Greek god, Poseidon. $99. Again, I want to say, attributed, certified, encapsulated, preserved, and graded, all for $99. This is the one and only opportunity that Rare Collectibles is going to have, because there will never be another collection of these Poseidon coins. It's just not possible. I know the origins of this collection. I know the amount of decades that it took to put this together, acquiring one or two coins at a time. Ladies and gentlemen, there are no hordes of Poseidon coins. There is a great Poseidon collection, and here it is. $99 for one of the greatest legendary Greek ancient coins that you can find here at Rare Collectibles TV. Now, the reason why I mention our name so many times is because what we've accomplished here is something worth crowing about. Now, you watch us when we do silver dollars, and nobody beats our quality and beats our price. And that's our mission. But it's also what I live for as a coin collector. I want to get the finest example, the most historic designs, the most original. And then I want to be able to do it at value that makes me, compels me to put one of these away in my collection for myself, to make sure that my kids or anybody else who I hold dear has an opportunity to experience what it feels like to own a piece of history, and ancient history at that. That's the legend and the story of these great Poseidon coins for less than $100, and this is the ultimate. This is Rare Collectibles TV, the best in coins and collectibles. I'm coming to you right now, but I gotta go. I want to thank you so much for watching